Chapter 1886. No matter how much the Watcher, Elder Lu, defended the first-rate force behind him, he could only vent in front of Duan Lingtian and the other two. Although venting like this would not change anything, it did calm him down a lot. After all, he had vented out all the frustrations in his heart. Go on. Be careful when you're in the upper province. The upper province is much crueler than you can imagine. If possible, it's best to find a force to rely on. The death rate of sectless cultivators has always been the highest in the upper province. Elder Lu reminded Duan Lingtian solemnly, as he let him enter the inter-province transportation formation. Many years ago, the Dao Martial Saint Land was not divided into two. Due to this reason, there was no division between the upper province and the lower province. However, at that time, the overall strength of the Dao Martial Saint Land was not as strong as it was now. This was because the upper province was an independent realm in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even if it was just a pseudo-realm, it was still a level higher than the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The cultivation resources and environment there were not something the original Dao Martial Saint Land could compare to. Under the circumstances where the cultivation resources were limited, the powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land fought to be the first to enter the upper province. Even third-rate forces and above had entered the upper province. Due to this reason, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land began to prosper. Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. His cultivation base was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. If he used some of his techniques, he was comparable to an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. He was also widely acknowledged as one of the two most powerful people in the Debussy subterranean. However, although such a strength was not considered weak in the upper province, it was not ranked high at all. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the most direct ranking for martial, Dao, and devil cultivators was the Supreme Saint ranking. The Supreme Saint ranking was a ranking that existed before the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into the upper province and the lower province. Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the successor of the seven absolute sects Absolute Fog Rain, was ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking. The person who was ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking was also widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a supreme honor. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into the upper province and the lower province, the powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking were all powerhouses from the upper province. The experts from the lower province, including Duan Rufeng and Dugu, who were ranked last and 1000th on the Supreme Saint ranking, would not be able to make it. He was none other than Elder Xiazong from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, who had forcefully arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion and snatched the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian. As a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was below the 500th position. Based on this, one could see how many hidden dragons and crouching tigers there were in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Xiazong was an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he couldn't even make it into the top 500 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Although there were many powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was naturally more dangerous. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Lu. Duan Lingtian and the other two knew about the situation in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When they heard Duan Lingtian's reminder, their expressions turned solemn. Go. Elder Lu glanced at the inter-province transportation formation and said to Duan Lingtian and the other two, the inter-province transportation formation will only last for 15 minutes every time it's activated. Duan Lingtian and the other two nodded. Then, the three of them flew out and entered the inter-province transportation formation almost at the same time. As soon as they entered the inter-province transportation formation, Duan Lingtian felt a gentle energy enveloping him. When the energy completely enveloped him, he discovered his vision had turned dark. When light returned, he was already in a passage formed by a translucent barrier. The passage was very long. He could not see the end of it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, a piercing sound resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was the passage formed by the translucent barrier. There were electric serpent-like energy wreaking havoc outside. Occasionally, some electric serpent-like energy would pass through the barrier that formed the passage and enter. Naturally, the electric serpent-like energy that passed through the barrier would become extremely small and weak. Even so, it was impossible for powerhouses below the eminent saint stage to survive the electric serpent-like energy. Only powerhouses above the eminent saint stage would be able to protect themselves and face it with ease. So this is the spatial turbulence outside the passage that traverses between realms? Duanling Tian thought in his heart, as he easily dodged the numerous chaotic flows that entered the passageway. The reason he thought so was because Hualao had told him about traversing between realms. One of them was the spatial turbulence. According to Hualao, the spatial turbulence that one would encounter when traversing between low-level realms in the mundane realms was not strong. The powerhouses who stood at the peak of the mundane realms could completely ignore these energies. If they used some techniques, such as setting up a transportation formation or strengthening the passage, they could also weaken these energies. For example, the place where Duanling Tian was currently at was the passage from the lower province to the upper province. The passageway that was formed by the translucent barrier blocked most of the spatial turbulence's energy. The power of the spatial turbulence that could break in had become very weak. Even the existence of the Great Saint Realm could cope with it. Although Duanling Tian's cultivation base was at the peak of the eminent saint stage, due to the existence of the Sun True Origin, the energy in his body was no weaker than a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Due to this reason, he traversed through the passage as though he was walking on flat ground. Guli was an early Divine Saint stage martial cultivator. He followed closely behind Duanling Tian and was as relaxed as Duanling Tian. As for Zhu Luqi, there was no need to mention him. A powerhouse who had half a foot in the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage could completely ignore the weakened spatial turbulence's energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duanling Tian and the other two looked at each other. In the end, they reached a consensus without saying a word. They flew to the other end of the passage at an extremely fast speed. After an unknown amount of time, it felt like it was only a moment, but it also felt like a century had passed. As he flew forward, Duanling Tian discovered his body was once again enveloped by a gentle energy. Just like before, when his body was completely enveloped by the gentle energy, he felt his vision turn black. When he regained his vision, he discovered he had appeared in a vast herb garden. The reason he discovered he had appeared in the herb garden was because he could smell a refreshing medicinal fragrance as soon as his vision lit up. When he shifted his attention to his surroundings, he discovered spirit herbs that were planted everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh. When Duanling Tian was looking at the herb garden before him, the sound of wind whistling rang next to him. Guli and Zhu Luqi had arrived. When both of them discovered they were in the herb garden, they were stunned as well. There are so many spirit herbs here. Is the land in the upper province really so magical? Zhu Luqi was shocked. In the Debussy subterranean, the conditions for spirit herbs to grow were extremely strict. Even if one wanted to plant them artificially, one would have to find soil that was suitable for the growth of spirit herbs. Soil like that was extremely valuable in the lower province. It was extremely rare. For this reason, the large amount of spirit herbs that appeared before their eyes undoubtedly meant one thing. The soil that these spirit herbs were planted on was extremely rare spirit soil that was extremely valuable in the lower province. So much spirit soil, and so many spirit herbs. Yes, yes, we're here. At the same time, Guli had also regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the spirit soil and spirit herbs around him. It was as though these things were going to be his. Duanling Tian and Zhu Luqi's expressions turned solemn immediately. They looked at each other and saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes. Senior brother Guli, these spirit soil and spirit herbs must have an owner. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to grow so neatly. Moreover, a person who owns such a large herb garden must not be someone to be trifled with even in the upper province. Duanling Tian reminded Guli as he gasped inwardly. Upon hearing this, Guli began to study the spirit herbs around him again. Soon after, he discovered that these spirit herbs were distributed in a regular manner. Moreover, each spirit herb was planted at a certain interval. It seemed like they were very particular about this. Gu Li's expression changed immediately. They really have an owner. Damn it. Where have we been transported to? The inter-province transportation formation in the Debussy subterranean was fixed in one place. The inter-province transportation formation in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land was fixed in many places in the upper province. However, no matter if it was the upper provinces or the lower provinces transportation formation, it was not certain where one would be transported to once one stepped into it. However, one thing was certain, was that those who stepped into the transportation formation together would be transported to the same place. This was the case for Duan Lingtian, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. Let's go! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian immediately soared up into the air. At the same time, he did not forget to call out to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. He was afraid the owner of this herb garden would discover them and anger them if they continued to stay here. No matter if this herb garden belonged to an individual or a force, it was not something they could afford to offend. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, who realized they were standing on a time bomb, did not hesitate, and immediately soared up into the air to follow Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other two were about to leave the herb garden as fast as they could, a voice suddenly rang out. Since you're already here, there's no need for you to leave. A voice suddenly resonated in the air. The voice was old, but there was an unquestionable tone to it. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian sensed an invisible energy that seemed to have transformed into a mountain before it fell on his head. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying energy that surged out of the invisible energy destroyed all of the Sun True origin that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and directly slammed him into the herb garden in a wretched manner. Apart from that, Gu Li was also in a similar situation. Chapter 1887. After they landed, horror dawned on Gu Li and Zhu Luqi immediately. Greater than over equal to the owner of the voice had not even shown himself, but he had already reduced them to such a wretched state. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage might not possess such a technique. For this reason, the owner of the voice was most likely a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. When they realized they had angered a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, as soon as they arrived in the upper province, fear rose in their hearts. Fear could be seen in their eyes. Senior, we didn't mean to offend you. We didn't mean to intrude into your herb garden. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed the surging vital energy and blood in his body before he said politely to the sky, "We've just arrived from the lower province, and as soon as we entered the inter-province transportation formation, we were sent here. We promised that we didn't destroy a single blade of grass or tree here." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li chimed in, "That's right, Senior. Now that we know this herb garden has an owner, we're planning to leave. We don't want to cause any trouble. Senior, please let us leave on account that we didn't mean to offend you." Although Zhu Luqi did not say anything, a hint of desire could be seen in his eyes. It was not that he was unwilling to speak, but Duan Lingtian and Gu Li had already said everything he wanted to say. However, he did not hear any reply. Duan Lingtian and the other two looked at each other and smiled wryly in unison. At the same time, anxiety rose in their hearts. That powerhouse had not even shown himself, but he had already reduced them to such a wretched state. This was enough to show how powerful that powerhouse was. He was not someone they could go against. "I'm no match for such a powerhouse, even if I use all my techniques and the Jasper Celestial Sword." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. "You're from the lower province?" After a short while, the aged voice sounded out once more, and its tone carried a questioning tone. "Senior, we're really from the lower province. If we didn't suddenly appear in your herb garden and trespass from outside, how could you not notice us with your strength?" As Gu Li responded, he did not forget to flatter the owner of the voice. "Since you entered by accident, I can't blame you. I'll spare your lives." The old voice sounded, and Duan Lingtian and the other two heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that their lives were saved. With the other party's strength, killing them was as easy as killing chickens or cutting grass. If that's the case, Senior, we'll take our leave now. Duan Lingtian and the other two stood up. Guli cupped his hands towards the void, and without waiting for a reply, he took the lead and stepped into the air. Boom! However, just as he stepped into the air, Guli was pressed down by an invisible force that appeared out of thin air, causing Guli to feel a little embarrassed and angry. Senior, didn't you say you wouldn't blame us and would spare our lives? With your strength and status, you shouldn't be toying with us, right? As he spoke, Guli's tone became more sorrowful. Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi could not help but frown. The powerhouse hiding in the dark would not go back on his words, right? If the other party went back on his words, there was really nothing they could do. After all, with the strength of the three of them, even if they joined forces, they would not be enough to fill the gaps between the other party's teeth. I said I wouldn't blame you and would spare your lives. Naturally, I wouldn't harm your lives. However, since you've been sent here through the inter-province transportation formation, it's enough to show that you're fated with me. It just so happens that the few servants who helped me take care of the herb garden suddenly died a few days ago. Help me take care of the herb garden for a period of time, and when I find new servants, you can leave on your own. The old voice continued to sound and entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other two, causing their expressions to change drastically. Based on the other party's words, it seemed like he wanted them to stay and be servants. Moreover, they would be servants who could die at any time? Why, are you unwilling? If you're unwilling, I'll send you on your way. The voice sounded again, and it was filled with a hint of coldness. Don't be so ungrateful. You've just arrived in the upper province, and if you wander around outside, you might be killed one day. Not only will you be safe in my herb garden, but the cultivation environment is also much better than outside. Do you know how many people dream of coming here to cultivate, but I've turned them away? Following that, the tone of the voice changed. As the saying went, give a slap and give a jujube. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Duan Lingtian and the other two's expressions changed drastically. At the same time, they knew they had no choice but to be servants in the herb garden. When they heard the second half of the sentence, they instinctively sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy. In the next moment, they discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy was indeed very dense. It was much denser than the lower province where they were previously. However, since they had not been to other places in the upper province, they did not know if the cultivation environment here was much better than the cultivation environment outside. Duan Lingtian, who was sensing the heaven and earth spirit energy, soon discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy resonated with the herbs in the herb garden. The aura released by the herbs also merged with the heaven and earth spirit energy, causing it to become denser. It seems like he didn't lie to us. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian had such thoughts, he did not plan to stay here to cultivate. Even if the cultivation environment here was the best in the upper province, he did not want to stay here for long. The reason he left the lower province and came to the upper province was to rescue his wife and daughter, who were trapped by Zoroastrianism. What he wanted to do was to rescue his wife and daughter from Zoroastrianism. Although it was impossible for him to kill his way into Zoroastrianism to rescue his wife and daughter with his current strength, he still planned to join Zoroastrianism first before making a long-term plan. He believed it would not be difficult for him to join Zoroastrianism with his current strength. However, if he was imprisoned here, it would mean he would not be able to join Zoroastrianism for the time being. In fact, he might not even be able to make it to Zoroastrianism alive. After all, according to the owner of the herb garden, a few of the servants in the herb garden had suddenly died. If a servant suddenly died, he could blame it on himself. However, if a few servants suddenly died at the same time, he could not help but wonder if there was a problem with the herb garden or the owner of the herb garden. Senior, after taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian said to the air, I came to the upper province because I have something urgent to do. If you're willing to let us go, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely remember your kindness and repay you in the future. I'll accept your kindness as well, Senior. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi chimed in as well. Although they did not have a clear goal in coming to the upper province, they knew it was not a good thing to stay in this herb garden as servants. If they could leave, they wanted to leave as soon as possible. For some reason, they felt this herb garden and the owner of the herb garden were a little strange. Especially when the owner of the herb garden said that a few servants in the herb garden had suddenly died. They could not help but shudder. They were afraid they would follow in the footsteps of the former servants. I know what all of you are thinking. The previous few choresmen couldn't withstand the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the herb garden, because they hadn't even stepped into the eminent saint stage yet. In the end they exploded and died. However, they also stayed there for 10 years before suddenly dying. The owner of the herb garden still did not show himself, but his voice clearly entered Duan Lingtian and the other two's ears again. With your cultivation base, nothing will happen to you even if you stay here for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll naturally let all of you leave. It's decided then. If I find out that all of you have the audacity to escape in the next 10 years, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The voice resonated again before it stopped abruptly. No matter how Gu Li shouted, the owner of the herb garden no longer responded. It was as though he had completely disappeared. Junior brother Ling Tian, what should we do now? In the end, Gu Li could only look at Duan Lingtian helplessly and ask, what else can we do now? Since he's so adamant, we can only obediently stay here for now. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Among the three of them, he was definitely the one who wanted to leave the herb garden the most, since he was in a hurry to save his wife and daughter from Zoroastrianism. Who knew if the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would come out of his closed-door cultivation as time passed? At that time, the Zoroastrianism would decide the life and death of his wife and daughter. The moment he thought of this, he became extremely anxious. However, based on the current situation, what was the use of him being anxious? The strength of the herb garden's owner was not something they could contend with at all. It was not practical for them to forcefully leave. For this reason, they could only take one step at a time and see if they could find an opportunity to leave. Let's stay here for now. Who knows, we might be able to find an opportunity to leave in a few days. Zhu Luqi's voice entered Duan Lingtian and Gu Li's ears in a timely manner. Both of them nodded in agreement. This was the only thing they could do now. They had no other choice. Just like that, Duan Lingtian and the other two stayed in the herb garden. In the beginning, they did not feel anything about the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden. However, after staying for a while, they discovered that the spirit herbs and spirit medicines were of a high grade. Moreover, even Hualao said that if these spirit herbs and spirit medicines were given to him, he would most likely be able to completely repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Even with the help of the entire Azure Cloud Mansion, they only managed to repair a small portion of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao, are you sure? These spirit herbs and spirit medicines don't seem to be the materials you mentioned to me before. Duan Lingtian asked Hualao in confusion. This was because he felt Hualao's words were instigating him. It was as though he was instigating him to loot all the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden. My strength has recovered a little. If these spirit herbs and spirit medicines are refined by my sun flame, they can be transformed into the purest energy to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao said. Chapter 1888. Duan Lingtian had long noticed that the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden were not ordinary. Even then, he did not dare to be tempted by the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden, because the owner of the herb garden was suspected to be a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage. Although it was impossible for the owner to keep an eye on the herb garden at all times, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, he would not be able to detect when the owner was watching the herb garden. Under such circumstances, he would be playing with fire if he was tempted by the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden. If he was lucky, he would be lucky if he was not caught. If he was caught, he would definitely die. Moreover, he might even implicate Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. You've long known about the benefits of the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Aren't you tempted by it? Hualao's voice resonated again. If Hualao was indirectly encouraging Duan Lingtian earlier, he was now directly encouraging Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Hualao's words, he could not help but smile wryly. Hualao, of course, I know about the benefits of the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In fact, I even dream of repairing the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, I really can't touch the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with helplessness. Why? Hualao asked. Duan Lingtian could only reveal his concern. Although I haven't seen the owner of the herb garden with my own eyes, I can tell he's at the Saint Celestial stage, and above based on the technique he displayed earlier. With his strength, we won't be able to detect him if he wants to spy on this place. Although it's impossible for him to keep an eye on this place all the time. Who knows when he's not watching? If I lose the bet, not only will I die, but I'll also implicate senior brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu. Moreover, even if he doesn't catch me stealing the spirit herbs and spirit medicines, won't he suspect me, senior brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he shook his head. The problem you mentioned isn't difficult to solve. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Elder Hu continued to speak. You can do this. Then, Hualao told Duan Lingtian's idea. After Duan Lingtian's plan, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Hualao, isn't this a risk? Duan Lingtian Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian, Duan and Tian, and Duan Tian to escape to Tian kill Duan. With me around, this plan will be foolproof. Hualao said confidently. After waiting for a long time, Hualao knew Duan Lingtian was still hesitating. Think about it carefully. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, it'll be impossible for you to find another opportunity to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in such a short time. Moreover, if this plan succeeds, not only will you obtain all the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden, but you and your companions will also be able to escape successfully. Don't tell me you really plan to stay here with your companions until the 10 years are up? You can wait, but can your wife and daughter wait as well? When Hualao reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with temptation, further influencing Duan Lingtian's mind. Duan Lingtian had mentioned Ker to Hualao before, so Hualao knew about it. Hualao, I believe in you. Duan Lingtian, who was still hesitating, felt his head turn hot when he heard Hualao's words. He clenched his teeth and decided to use Hualao's method to obtain all the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden. Moreover, he would seize this opportunity to escape from the clutches of the person who seemed to be at the Saint Celestial stage. Intermediate riches and honor danger stage. Coupled with Hualao's cooperation, Duan Lingtian felt the chances of success were very high. However, he did not really believe Hualao's words about it being foolproof. After all, nobody knew what would happen next. If a mistake was made at the most critical moment, they would lose everything. However, Hualao, I believe in you, but it doesn't mean that senior brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu will believe in me. After all, this concerns our lives, and we can't afford to be careless. Duan Lingtian said again. As long as you're confident, I believe they won't reject you. Hualao said. It was obvious he was very confident in Duan Lingtian. I can't guarantee it, but I'll try my best. Hualao was confident in Duan Lingtian, but it did not mean he was confident in himself. For this reason, he did not give Hualao a definite answer. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, when he confidently told Gu Li and Zhu Luqi about Hualao's plan, both of them agreed. As long as you know when he's not watching us, this plan is feasible. Zhu Luqi said. I think it's feasible as well. Gu Li chimed in. There's no such thing as a foolproof plan. Even if there's no problem in the beginning, who can guarantee that there won't be any mistakes in the end? Both of you have to think about this carefully. Duan Lingtian said. I've thought about it very clearly. Instead of being imprisoned here for 10 years, why don't we give it our all? Moreover, as long as you know when he's not watching us, the chances of this plan succeeding are very high. Zhu Luqi said again. You're right. Even if it's risky, Guli, will give it my all. Guli agreed with Zhu Luqi's words. Since both of you have agreed, then, how about we carry out the plan tomorrow? Seeing that Zhu Luqi and Guli had agreed to it after his reminder, Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Sure. Guli and Zhu Luqi nodded in agreement. They had no objections. In addition, in the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of excitement. They were looking forward to the plan tomorrow. That night, Duan Lingtian and Hualao discussed the details and finalized every step of the plan. There can't be any mistakes in tomorrow's plan. Late at night, Duan Lingtian stopped discussing with Hualao. However, in his heart, he had secretly made up his mind that he would do his best tomorrow to avoid any mistakes in the entire plan. The sky was turning white, and the next day had arrived. He's retracted his divine sense. The plan begins. Duan Lingtian, who was taking care of the spirit herbs and spirit medicine, suddenly heard an old voice. He could tell that it was Hualao's voice. Let's go. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian immediately transmitted his voice to Guli and Zhu Luqi. The two of them, who were already prepared, began to move. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the other two people began to move. In a flash, they disappeared from where they were. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a gust of strong wind seemed to blow in every corner of the herb garden. Duan Lingtian and the other two people began to move rapidly in the herb garden. Wherever the three of them passed, regardless of whether it was the spirit herbs or spirit medicine, they were all uprooted. Every once in a while, Guli and Zhu Luqi would hand over all the spoils of war in their hands to Duan Lingtian. This was also mentioned by Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian had a way to hide the spirit herbs and spirit medicine in a place that was not a spatial ring. It was the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Of course, in front of Guli and Zhu Luqi, he did not mention the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, nor did he mention that he could hide the spirit herbs and spirit medicine without being discovered. Instead, he said that he had a way to destroy all the spirit herbs and spirit medicine in the herb garden without the owner of the herb garden noticing. This was also the first step of the plan. Without this first step, the rest of the plan could not be carried out. With Duan Lingtian and the other two people's strength, it only took them 15 minutes to pluck all the spirit herbs and spirit medicine in the huge herb garden, leaving only a mess on the ground. Senior, this is bad. The spirit herbs and spirit medicine have been taken away. After Duan Lingtian and the other two people looked at each other, Guli took the lead and shouted loudly to remind the owner of the herb garden. His tone was filled with anxiety, and he acted like he was in a hurry. Guli's voice was loud to begin with, coupled with the fact that his shout was filled with the energy of a divine saint stage powerhouse. It immediately alerted the owner of the herb garden. It was also at this moment that Duan Lingtian and the other two people saw the owner of the herb garden for the first time. The owner of the herb garden was an old man with an ordinary appearance. From afar, he had a sage-like air about him. However, at this moment, when the old man looked at the mess in the herb garden, his eyes turned completely red. His face began to twitch as well. It was obvious that he was extremely furious. Senior, that person has gone to the south. Senior, we might still be able to make it if we chase after him now. Duan Lingtian, Guli, and Zhu Luqi looked at the old man anxiously and urged him anxiously. At this moment, they looked a little dejected as though they had just been ambushed. After taking a deep breath, the old man's gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian and the other two people. Remove the ownership of your spatial rings and hand them over. Under the urging of Duan Lingtian and the other two people, the old man did not chase after them directly. Instead, he immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and the other two people and asked them to hand over their spatial rings. However, he spoke very quickly, It was obvious that he was in a hurry to get his hands on Duan Lingtian and the other two people's spatial rings. Why was he in a hurry to get his hands on Duan Lingtian and the other two people's spatial rings? Naturally, he wanted to confirm that the disappearance of the spirit herbs and spirit medicine had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian and the other two people. Then, he would head south to chase after the person who had stolen his spirit herbs and spirit medicine. When they heard the old man's words, Duan Lingtian and the other two people frowned. However, under the old man's cold and sharp gaze, they obediently removed the ownership of their spatial rings and handed them over to the old man. After receiving the spatial rings, the old man extended his powerful divine sense and searched Duan Lingtian and the other two people's bodies. After confirming that there were no more spatial rings on them, he dripped a drop of blood on their spatial rings and inspected them. After discovering that there were no spirit herbs or spirit medicine from the herb garden in the three people's spatial rings, his face completely darkened. At the same time, he removed the ownership of the three spatial rings and returned them to Duan Lingtian and the other two people. Then he immediately flew to the south. In the blink of an eye, the old man disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other two people. Chapter 1889. He's spying on all of you. Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears when the old man was spying on Duan Lingtian and his two companions. Duan Lingtian immediately transmitted his voice to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. You can start acting now. Acting. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, whether it was Gu Li or Zhu Luqi, both of them were shocked. The powerhouse who snatched the spirit grasses and spirit medicines away earlier was ridiculously fast. From the beginning until the end, I didn't even have time to react before he snatched all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines away. Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Li and Zhu Luqi in shock and disbelief. It was as though what he had said was true. It's a good thing we didn't go up to stop him after he forced us to retreat. Based on his gaze, I'm afraid we would have been killed if we had gone up to stop him. Gu Li had a fearful expression on his face. He's really strong. I wonder if the owner of this herb garden is a match for him. If we can't catch up to him, I'm afraid we'll have lost all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines for nothing. Zhu Luqi chimed in. Duan Lingtian and his two companions chatted as though there was no one else around. Their words seemed to be very serious, causing the old man who was hiding in the dark to feel at ease. In the next moment, the old man flew out and headed south. Whoosh! The old man's figure flashed out and drew a long heavenly road in the sky. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since someone dared to provoke me, Soaring? No matter who it is, you'll definitely die if you dare to touch my things. The old man's eyes gleamed coldly as his voice was bone-chilling. Soaring, if a native of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was here, he would definitely be shocked when he heard the old man mentioning his name. The Medicine King Soaring was a powerful sectless cultivator who was famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Not only was he a quasi-celestial grade saint refinement master who was skilled in the Dao of pills, but he was also a sectless cultivator who was ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, Soaring did not expect that he would be fooled by the three fellows from the lower province. The reason why he didn't realize that he had been tricked was because he would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian and the other two could actually monitor his divine sense and know that he was hiding in the dark at the first moment. Soaring was very confident in his own strength. Soaring did not expect Duan Lingtian to have someone like Hua Lao by his side to help him. If he had known about Hua Lao's existence, he would have asked Duan Lingtian and the other two to swear on the lightning penalty oath instead of personally verifying that the three Duan Lingtian and the other two did not steal from him. When one's strength had reached Sun Ying's level, it was normal for one to personally do things. Unless there was really no other way, the first thing that came to their mind would not be the lightning penalty oath. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian and the other two would have been in deep trouble this time. As soon as Soaring left, Duan Lingtian, who had been reminded by Hua Lao, immediately called out to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. He's heading south. He won't be back for a while. Let's head west first. Let's move as fast as we can. We'll travel for a month before we think about anything else. All right. At this moment, whether it was Gu Li or Zhu Luqi, Duan Lingtian was their leader. After the three of them rose into the air, they headed west without looking back. They did not dare to stop for even a moment. Fortunately, that old guy only checked our spatial rings and hid in the dark to spy on us. If he had directly asked us to swear on the lightning penalty oath, we would have been in deep trouble. On the way, Gu Li felt a little relieved. Indeed, Zhu Luqi agreed. After what Gu Li had said, he was also scared out of his wits. However, I'm afraid he would never have dreamed that we would be able to rob his herb garden when he was not monitoring it. Also, he would never have thought that junior brother Ling Tian would be able to discover him hiding in the dark to spy on us. He would never have thought that we would put on a show for him to see. As Gu Li spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in his eyes. Yes, Zhu Luqi also nodded. Until now, he still could not figure out how Duan Lingtian had grasped the opportunity when the owner of the herb garden was monitoring the herb garden. He did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to detect the consciousness of the owner of the herb garden. One had to know that even if he had a higher cultivation base than Duan Lingtian and a stronger consciousness than Duan Lingtian, he still could not detect the consciousness of the owner of the herb garden. However, Duan Lingtian did not. So he and Gu Li tactfully did not ask any more questions. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Listening to the conversation between Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, although Duan Lingtian did not interrupt, the conversation between the two still scared him out of his wits, because this was also the problem he was worried about before. Hualao, why were you so sure that he would not ask us to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Hualao. Previously, he had also told Hualao that he was worried that the owner of the herb garden would ask them to swear on the lightning penalty oath. But Hualao was very sure that the owner would never ask them to swear on the lightning penalty oath, and let him go ahead with the plan. Although he was still a little nervous, Duan Lingtian still decided to fight. Now, he had won and successfully escaped from the herb garden and the control of the owner of the herb garden. Just now, because he was too happy, he had forgotten about this matter for a while. But now, after being reminded by Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, he remembered this matter again, so he could not help but ask Hualao. Because of inertial thinking, Hualao said. Inertial thinking? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. To be precise, it is the inertial thinking of the strong. In the eyes of the owner of the herb garden, the three of you are just like ants. If he wants to know something from you, he has his own methods. There's no need to rely on the lightning penalty oath at all. Hualao explained and asked again. Think about it. If you were in his shoes and faced the same situation, would you ask 3 ants to swear on the lightning penalty oath? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he fell silent for a moment. In the next moment, he imagined himself in the shoes of the medicine garden's master. Facing the same situation, facing 3 ant-like existences, he would only subconsciously use his own methods to obtain the truth of the matter, and not rely on the lightning penalty oath. He didn't expect me to have your help, Hualao. Otherwise, he would definitely regret his actions. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian also understood what the so-called inertial thinking of the strong was all about. It was a kind of arrogance and almost blind belief in oneself. Apart from that, ordinary people would not expect you to have the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to hide stolen goods. Hualao smiled. No matter what, it's all thanks to you that we were able to escape this time. Hualao, thank you, Hualao. Duan Lingtian sincerely thanked Hualao. Although he was now the owner of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, and Hualao was the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it could be said that he was also Hualao's master. However, he had never treated Hualao as a servant. From the beginning to the end, he had always treated Hualao as an elder. As it turned out, he was right to do so. At the very least, all this time, Hualao had been helping him without holding back and did not hold back at all. While Duan Lingtian and the other two traveled west for more than 10 days. Soaring, who was traveling south, still did not manage to catch up to the person who robbed his herb garden. He did not even manage to find a trace of the person who robbed his herb garden. Don't tell me that person's strength is not inferior to mine? Sun Ying's expression was grave as he hovered in the air and looked down at the empty land beneath his feet. However, he felt that it was impossible when he thought about it. In the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only about 200 people whose strength was not inferior to his. They were all famous powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking. These powerhouses would not stoop so low as to do such a sneaky thing. Moreover, in the eyes of these powerhouses, although the spirit grasses and spirit medicines he planted were not bad, they were not worth the risk of offending him. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, in terms of strength, he was only ranked in the top 300. However, in terms of alchemy Dao, as a quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Master, he could be ranked in the top 3 among all the alchemy Dao Saint Refinement Masters in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was not worth offending him for the sake of spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Don't tell me that fellow did it. Sun Ying's eyes gleamed coldly as he thought of one of his rivals. Among all his rivals, it seemed like only that person was stronger than him. However, Sun Ying quickly dismissed this possibility. That's not right. There are less than 5 people in the upper province who know the location of my herb garden. It's impossible for that fellow to know the location of my herb garden. There's only one possibility left. There's something wrong with those 3 ants from the lower province. The moment Sun Ying thought of this, he immediately turned around. When he returned to his herb garden, he discovered that the 3 people from the lower province whom he regarded as ants had already left. Even after he searched the north, west, and east for a while, he still could not find any trace of the 3 people. At this moment, he was certain the 3 people from the lower province had already left. Moreover, they had left a long time ago. They actually fled. Don't tell me they really did it? Sun Ying's eyes gleamed coldly, as though he was about to devour someone. However, until now, Sun Ying only suspected Duan Lingtian and the other 2. He was not sure if the 3 Duan Lingtian and the other 2 had robbed the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in his herb garden. First of all, he did not think the 3 Duan Lingtian and the other 2 would dare to do that under his watch. After all, he did not think the 3 Duan Lingtian and the other 2 would know when he was not monitoring the herb garden. Secondly, he did not think the conversation between the 3 Duan Lingtian and the other 2 was an act. He did not think the 3 Duan Lingtian and the other 2 would be able to discover him when he was hiding in the dark. However, even if they didn't do it, they still dared to leave without saying a word. How dare they ignore my words and leave on their own? If we meet them again in the future, they will definitely die. Chapter 1890. Who is it? Who dares to rob my Sun Ying's herb garden? Damn it! Damn it! After thinking for a long time, Sun Ying still could not figure out who had robbed his herb garden. He was furious and aggrieved. In the end, he flew into a rage. Swoosh! This feeling was no different from being slapped in the face in a crowd. However, he could not identify the person who slapped him. As the saying went, a dumb man can only suffer in silence. This saying was exactly what Sun Ying was feeling at this moment. The Medicine King, Sun Ying, had suffered in silence. If news of this spread out, who knew what kind of commotion it would cause in the upper province? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 who had escaped from the herb garden were unaware that the old man who had imprisoned them in the herb garden was a famous figure in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If it was not for the fact that Sun Ying was unwilling to be restrained, he would have a high position in any of the 3 great sections. Perhaps, his strength might not have much of an advantage in the 3 great sects, but his achievement in the Tao of alchemy was not something that anyone could compare to. Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi traveled west for a month before they finally came to a halt. During this 1 month, they had encountered many assassinations. There were many powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land, and there was no lack of desperados. In order to amass their wealth, These desperados would wait for their prey outside. They would kill passers-by and rob them of their wealth. However, the desperados Duan Lingtian and the other two encountered were mostly ordinary, so they could easily deal with them. There was only one time when they encountered two troublesome people. They were both intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivators. One of them was an intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, who had half a foot in the mastery exemplary saint stage. His strength was on par with Zhu Luqi, and he was evenly matched with Zhu Luqi. When Zhu Luqi realized he could not divert his attention to deal with the other intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, horror dawned on him. When he saw Duan Lingtian transforming into the legendary dragon warrior and killing the intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator in just a few moves, Zhu Luqi's expression changed again. It was precisely because Duan Lingtian had killed the intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator that it affected the other person's mood. In the end, the other person had also died in the hands of Zhu Luqi, who was on par with him. It could be said that he had died an unjust death. If it was a one-on-one battle, his strength would not be below Zhu Luqi's. Even if the battle continued, it would usually end in a draw in the end. However, because his companions were killed, and he was distracted, he died in the hands of Zhu Luqi. He died unjustly and unjustly. Duan Lingtian is so strong. It was also at that time that Zhu Luqi realized he was not the strongest person among them. As it turned out, he was not the strongest among the three of them. The strongest person should be Duan Lingtian, a martial cultivator at the peak of the Divine Saint stage, whose cultivation base was 2 stages lower than his. He did not know Duan Lingtian's true cultivation base was not at the peak of the Divine Saint stage, but at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. With my current strength, coupled with my ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, even an intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator won't be able to withstand more than a few moves from me if I use all my techniques. My strength is even stronger than most mastery exemplary saint stage powerhouses. It's almost on par with the powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. It was precisely because of that battle that Duan Lingtian had a deep understanding of his current strength. In an ancient city near the west of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions found an inn to stay for the time being. Then, they looked for a restaurant to drink and have a meal. Naturally, drinking and eating were only secondary. When one's strength reached Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions' level, it would not affect them even if they did not eat or drink. The reason they came here was because they wanted to know where they were. They did not dare to rest even after a month of running. Due to this reason, they did not know where they were. Hey, have you heard? The Devil Seal tablet has appeared again. At another table near Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions' table, 4 burly middle-aged men were chatting when one of them suddenly brought up this topic. Devil Seal tablet? Didn't the Devil Seal tablet appear more than 5 years ago? I remember it appeared in the lower province. Many people from the upper province went to the lower province just for the Devil Seal tablet, but they came up empty-handed in the end. Another person chimed in. I've heard about this as well. It's said that the young man who obtained the Devil Seal tablet seems to have disappeared completely, another person said. Your information is too outdated. Your information is too outdated. Not long ago, the young man who obtained the Devil Seal tombstone appeared in the lower province. It's said that he's the young mansion master of the quasi-third-rate force in the lower province, the Azure Cloud Mansion. The last person said, Azure Cloud Mansion? I've heard of it before. It's a first-rate force in the lower province. The mansion master, Duan Rufeng, is also a rare talent. However, I can't believe the young man who obtained the Devil Seal tablet is the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He did not expect there would be people in the upper province who knew about his father. The Azure Cloud Mansion is a first-rate force in the lower province, but it's nothing in the upper province. Since the identity of the young man who obtained the Devil Seal tablet has been exposed, I'm sure he won't be able to keep the Devil Seal tablet anymore. You're right. In the end, The Devil Seal tablet was snatched away by Elder Xiezong from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Xiezong? He's really fast. In this case, does this mean the Devil Seal tablet belongs to the Zhuangzi Buddhism now? The few middle-aged men were talking about Duan Lingtian and the Devil Seal tablet. When their conversation entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian recalled some of the things that happened in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The bloodthirsty and arrogant attitude of Elder Xiezong from the Zhuangzi Buddhism was still vivid in his mind. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. Upon seeing this, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi looked at each other. In the end, both of them had a tacit understanding and remained silent. They knew it would be pointless to say anything at this moment. Perhaps it would be better if they did not say anything. Perhaps Duan Lingtian would be able to recover faster. As the topic of discussion spread out from the other tables, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually eased up. I heard the saint girl who went missing after being chosen by the saint sect has been found. A slightly hushed voice clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. This was because he knew the saint sect this person was talking about was Zoroastrianism. In this place, Zoroastrianism was known as the saint sect because this was the border of the western region. The western region was the territory of Zoroastrianism. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Zoroastrianism ruled the western region. For this reason, Zoroastrianism was also known as the Western Region Zoroastrianism. However, everyone in the western region called Zoroastrianism the saint sect. When Duan Lingtian found out he was in the territory of Zoroastrianism, he sighed emotionally. It did not cross his mind that he would accidentally come to the western region, the territory of Zoroastrianism, not long after he arrived in the upper province. The saint girl who went missing from the saint sect. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as his heart skipped a beat. Is it Kerr? When he was still in the Debussy subterranean, Duan Lingtian had heard from his father that Kerr seemed to be the saint girl chosen by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. For some reason, she ended up on Cloud Continent. Since then, the sect of Zoroastrianism had sent people to the lower province to look for Kerr. However, it was to no avail. It was only when Kerr's twin sister came to Cloud Continent that she found Kerr and brought Kerr back. Yes, we did find her. However, I heard the saint girl didn't know how to cherish herself after she wandered outside. She even had a daughter with someone else. Now, the saint sect's enforcement hall is waiting for Lord Sect Leader to come out of his closed-door cultivation so that he can decide the fate of the saint girl and her child. Didn't know how to cherish herself? That's a little too much. As far as I know, the saint girl was still in her infancy when she wandered outside. In other words, she didn't know she was the saint girl of the saint sect ever since she became sensible. Under such circumstances, isn't it too much to ask her to cherish herself and keep her chastity? Sho, lower your voice. If the saint sect's enforcement hall finds out that you said this, you'll definitely be in deep trouble. Humph, I'm only speaking the truth. A soft voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears at the right time, causing Duan Lingtian's face to darken again. Duan Lingtian had a gloomy expression, and his eyes faintly flickered with dense worry. The saint sect will recruit elite disciples once every 3 years in a month. I wonder if the saint sect will be able to discover any hidden talents this time. Just as Duan Lingtian was worried about the safety of Kerr and her mother, a voice came from afar. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but feel energized. Zoroastrianism, recruiting elite disciples in a month? Once every 3 years. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's breathing became rapid, and his eyes lit up like a hungry wolf. Senior Guli. Duan Lingtian looked at Guli and wanted to say something. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Guli. I'll go with you. What are you talking about? Seeing Duan Lingtian and Guli acting like this, Zhu Luqi asked in confusion. However, when he found out from Guli that the saint of Zoroastrianism was Duan Lingtian's wife, and that the saint's daughter was Duan Lingtian's daughter, while he was shocked, he also understood what Duan Lingtian and Guli were talking about. Duan Lingtian wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to join the Zoroastrianism when Zoroastrianism recruited elite disciples in a month's time. Guli also wanted to go with him. Since all of you are going, I'll go with you. Zhu Luqi pondered for a moment before he said to Duan Lingtian and Guli. Initially, he wanted to go to the upper district with Duan Lingtian and Guli because he wanted to have an extra layer of protection. However, after experiencing the disaster in the herb garden, he had completely integrated into this small group and truly regarded himself as a member of this small group. Chapter 1891. The belief of Zoroastrianism was the flame that humans relied on to survive. In the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, in the eyes of most people in the western region, Zoroastrianism was their belief. Zoroastrianism recruited elite disciples every 3 years. This had become a tradition in the western region. When Zoroastrianism recruited elite disciples, it was usually the busiest time in the western region. This was because at that time, martial, Dao, and devil cultivators from all over the western region, who were confident in their strength, would flock to the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism in order to become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. In their opinion, becoming a disciple of Zoroastrianism was an unparalleled honor. Naturally, the fire worship sect did not accept just anyone when they recruited elite disciples. Only those who passed the test set by Zoroastrianism would be able to enter Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. The test for becoming a disciple of Zoroastrianism was very cruel as well. Many people died in the test every 3 years. Even so, there were still many people who went in wave after wave, as though they were not afraid of death at all. They know there's a tiger in the mountain, but they still insist on going there. The people in the western region are crazy. In the sky outside the mountain range, Guli could not help but click his tongue as he watched the figures flying past him and entering the mountain range. Don't tell me you haven't noticed the atmosphere in the western region during this 1 month? More than 70% of the people in the western region regard Zoroastrianism as their religion. If you dare to speak ill of Zoroastrianism in front of these people, they'll fight you to the death. Zhu Luqi shook his head. He was already used to this after a month. Humph. Recruiting elite disciples? That sounds nice. In fact, it's just recruiting some outer disciples for the 4 symbols sanctums. If you want to enter the saint land of Zoroastrianism and become a true elite disciple, you'll have to fight for it yourself. Guli snorted and said with some dissatisfaction. The Zoroastrianism encampment was divided into 2 major areas. One of these areas was the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism. It stood above the quasi-immortal grade Saint Stone mineral deposit and was shrouded in rich spiritual energy all year round. It was the best place for Zoroastrianism to cultivate. Even in the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was still a top-notch cultivation place. In Zoroastrianism, not just anyone could enter the Holy Land. In order to enter the sacred land, one must first obtain the pass, issued by the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. Normally, those that were able to obtain a pass were either people with formidable strength, monstrous natural talent, or saint refinement masters, Dao talisman masters, or even saint inscription masters with brilliant abilities. For example, the medicine king Sun Ying, who had imprisoned Duan Lingtian, and the other 2 previously. If he wanted to join Zoroastrianism, not only would he be able to obtain a pass to enter the Holy Land immediately, but he might even be summoned by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and be received by him. His strength was nothing in front of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who was ranked in the top few on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, his achievement in the Tao of Alchemy was worthy of being treated with respect by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. In the history of Zoroastrianism, there were many people who did not obtain a pass to enter the Holy Land even after they had become outer disciples of Zoroastrianism's 4 symbols sanctums. Based on this, one could see how precious the pass to enter the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism was. The 4 symbols sanctums. Have all of you decided which sanctum to go to? Duan Lingtian, who was walking side by side with Guli and Zhu Luqi, asked when they saw the mountain range in front of them was getting closer and closer. When Gu Li and Zhu Luqi heard this, they looked at each other and shook their heads. Junior brother Ling Tian, you decide. Gu Li said to Duan Ling Tian, I'm not familiar with Zoroastrianism, so I don't know which sanctum to choose. Same here. Zhu Luqi chimed in as well. Aren't I the same? Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly when he saw the two of them kicking the ball in his court. However, Duan Ling Tian still made up his mind when he saw Gu Li and the other man's expectant eyes, and secretly scolded them for being lazy. Then I'll just randomly pick one. How about we go to the Azure Dragon Sanctum? The Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums at the periphery of Zoroastrianism. Apart from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, there was also the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, the White Tiger Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum. Sure, I have no objections. When Gu Li and Zhu Luqi heard Duan Lingtian's decision, they nodded in agreement. To them, it did not matter which sanctum they joined. After all, they were all disciples of Zoroastrianism. In that case, it's decided then. We'll go to the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had chosen the Azure Dragon Sanctum because he had a special relationship with dragons. Apart from the people from his homeland in his previous life, who were called descendants of dragons, the reason he had transformed into a dragon warrior was also related to dragons. He had an affinity with dragons. For this reason, he chose the Azure Dragon Sanctum. 3 bumpkins. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a mocking voice entered Duan Lingtian and the other two's ears. It was obvious the voice was directed at them. What did you say? Gu Li's expression changed immediately. He turned to look at the source of the voice and shouted angrily. Zhu Luqi looked over as well. Duan Lingtian frowned and looked over as well. With just a glance, he saw a young man looking at them arrogantly. His gaze was condescending, as though he was a superior looking down on a subordinate. The young man was skinny, and his appearance was ordinary. However, there was an air of condescension between his brows. Coupled with his luxurious robes, he looked like a good-for-nothing rich kid. An old man stood behind him. The old man stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. From afar, he looked like an ordinary person. However, Duan Lingtian knew the old man was not an ordinary person. In fact, he must be quite strong. Otherwise, he would have been able to see through him. What did you say? The young man in luxurious robes looked at Gu Li and sneered. Is there something wrong with your ears? Can't you hear me, bumpkin? I really don't know why bumpkins like all of you are here. If all of you enter Zoroastrianism, won't all of you embarrass the Zoroastrianism? If I were all of you, I'd definitely turn around and scram, as far as I can instead of staying here to embarrass myself. When the young man in luxurious robes reached the end of his sentence, the mocking smile on his face deepened. His eyes were filled with disdain. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. Zhu Luqi's expression changed slightly. You're seeking death. As for Gu Li, his expression changed for a while. In the end, he could no longer hold back, and made his move at lightning speed. Whoosh! His strength that was close to the intermediate divine saint stage swept toward the young man in luxurious robes. How dare you make a move in front of me with such little strength? Faced with Gu Li, who was charging at him menacingly, the young man in luxurious robes smiled contemptuously. Then he moved his arms and made his move as well. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. Gu Li and the young man in luxurious robes had exchanged blows at lightning speed. The result was revealed soon after. Gu Li was sent flying. On the other hand, the young man in luxurious robes merely trembled slightly before he quickly came to a halt. Barf! Gu Li, who was sent flying, spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked wretched as he staggered. When Gu Li looked at the young man in luxurious robes again, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect this good-for-nothing rich kid would be so powerful. He was so powerful that he was no match for him. For a moment, he felt a huge blow to his heart. So this is the upper province? I can't even compare to a good-for-nothing rich kid? At the same time, Gu Li's heart was filled with bitterness. He even had doubts. Was his decision to come to the upper province a mistake from the very beginning? You're seeking death. Zhu Luqi's expression changed when he saw Gu Li was injured. Then he made his move as well. Whoosh! He charged toward the good-for-nothing rich kid. Zhu Luqi was an intermediate exemplary saint stage powerhouse. His cultivation base was close to the mastery exemplary saint stage. Due to this reason, the speed he displayed when he charged out was not something Gu Li could compare to. Even the good-for-nothing rich kid, who was dressed in luxurious robes, only had time to react when he saw Zhu Luqi's speed. He did not even have time to dodge. Exemplary saint stage powerhouse. At this moment, the good-for-nothing rich kid only had one thought in his mind. However, although there was a drastic change in his expression, there was not the slightest trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. It was as though he had something to rely on. Duan Lingtian had also noticed this. Does his confidence come from the old man behind him? Humph. Just as Zhu Luqi's attack was about to land on the good-for-nothing rich kid, a cold snort that contained an invisible sound wave resonated in the air. Although Zhu Luqi was still a distance away from the sound wave, he could still feel the immense pressure. His expression changed drastically. Be careful. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He noticed the old man who had been quietly following behind the good-for-nothing rich kid suddenly moved his body slightly. He instantly warned Zhu Luqi out of reflex. However, although he warned Duan Lingtian in time, it was still too late. Bang! The old man did not seem to have made any moves. But Zhu Luqi's attack that was supposed to land on the good-for-nothing rich kid was completely destroyed. Moreover, a crisp sound rang in the air, as Zhu Luqi's body was sent flying like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and followed in Gu Li's footsteps. Quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Zhu Luqi, who was sent flying pathetically, could not help but cry out in shock. Horror dawned on his face when he saw this. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage would not be able to injure him to such an extent before he could even react. There was only one possibility. The person who attacked him was a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. A quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Gu Li's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again and again as well. What's wrong? Are you afraid? When the good-for-nothing rich kid saw the change in Duan Lingtian and the other two's expressions, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared. His eyes gleamed coldly as he ordered the old man behind him. Chapter 1892. Old Deng, kill them. Upon hearing the good-for-nothing rich kid's words, Duan Lingtian and the other two were horrified. They did not expect this good-for-nothing rich kid to be so crazy. It was just a small conflict, and he did not suffer any losses, but he wanted to kill them. Duan Lingtian looked at the good-for-nothing rich kid as his eyes flashed fiercely. At this moment, the Sun True Origin in his body began to stir. He was ready to activate his dragon energy and transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Moreover, he had already decided to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was not confident he could defeat the old man, who was at the quintessential saint stage. After all, the Jasper Celestial Sword only relied on the Sun True Origin in his body. Other techniques, such as transforming into a dragon warrior, did not have any effect on the Jasper Celestial Sword. At most, he could only rely on his divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic. With the Elementary Devouring Tactic, my Sun True Origin should be able to elevate to the Mastery Exemplary Saint Stage's True Origin in a short period of time. If this old man is only at the early quintessential saint stage, I'm confident I can kill him with the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, if he's at the intermediate quintessential saint stage, I'm less than 30% confident. If he's at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above, I won't be able to kill him. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. However, no matter what the outcome is, this fella must die. Duan Lingtian once again looked at the profligate young master in embroidered clothes, and the killing intent in his eyes was awe-inspiring. Even if the old man wanted to kill them, regardless of whether he could kill the old man with the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would drag this good-for-nothing rich kid down with him. At this moment, the ruthlessness in Duan Lingtian's heart began to show. Second young master, were outside of the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. The old man frowned slightly when he heard the good-for-nothing rich kid's order. In the end, he did not make a move. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to remind him. As a quintessential saint stage powerhouse, his eyesight was shocking. He could already see the patrolling disciples from the four symbols sanctums in the distance had noticed the commotion here, and were making their way over. Zoroastrianism, four symbols sanctums. Upon hearing the old man's words, a hint of dread could be seen in the good-for-nothing rich kid's eyes. He looked at Duan Ling Tian's group of three and mocked. "3 country bumpkins, consider yourselves lucky. If this was not the territory of the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, all of you would have died today. Also, I advise you to give up on Zoroastrianism. Otherwise I, Yang Wu, will play you to death." After leaving these words behind, the good-for-nothing rich kid, who called himself Yang Wu, brought the old man over the mountain range in front of them, and entered the base of the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. At the same time, apart from Duan Ling Tian, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi were relieved. Their faces showed the joy of surviving a disaster. However, Gu Li's expression soon turned gloomy. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a wry smile, "Junior brother Ling Tian, do you think I should just stay in the lower district?" Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze from Yang Wu and Zhu Luqi to Gu Li. "Why? Originally, I thought my innate talent and strength were not bad. Who knew I would be imprisoned after coming to the upper district? I can't even compare to a good-for-nothing rich kid. Should I just stay in the lower district and fight to become the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion?" Gu Li had a bitter smile on his face. He felt the upper district was filled with malice toward him. "Senior brother Gu Li, that Yang Wu must have an extraordinary background, since he dares to be so arrogant in the Zoroastrianism four symbols sanctums. There's no need for you to compare yourself to him now. After all, the cultivation resources you had in the past were far from what he had. He's not much stronger than you." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and comforted him. "Little brother, you're right. Yang Wu is the second son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate sect in the north of the western region. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Ordinary people can't compare to him at all." At the same time, one of the few people standing in the distance reminded them out of goodwill. "If I were you, I'd do as Yang Wu said and give up on joining Zoroastrianism. After joining Zoroastrianism, not only is there a powerhouse following him, but he also has an elder brother, who's also a Zoroastrianism disciple. It's said that his elder brother has already entered the Saint Land and become a true elite disciple of Zoroastrianism. His elder brother's strength should be much stronger than the powerhouse following him." Soon after, another person reminded Duan Ling Tian, and the other two. "Also, when you arrive at the four symbols sanctums, you won't be able to choose whichever sanctum you want. Everyone will be reorganized and assigned to whichever sanctum you're assigned to. Perhaps, if you're lucky, you'll be assigned to the same sanctum, or two of you will be assigned to the same sanctum. However, it's also possible that all three of you will be assigned to different sanctums." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and the other two finally understood why Yang Wu called them bumpkins. However, now that things had developed to this stage, it was no longer important. After a while, the few onlookers left. Only Duan Ling Tian and the other two were left in this area. In the distant sky, the patrolling disciples of the four symbols sanctums, who saw that Duan Ling Tian and the others were no longer making any movements, also left after observing them from afar. As it turns out, he's the son of an elder from a first-rate force in the upper province. To think that I actually doubted myself because of him. Now that I think about it, how laughable. Gu Li smiled self-deprecatingly, but his eyes shone with confidence. As long as he joined Zoroastrianism, he was confident he would be able to defeat Yang Wu in the near future and trample him under his feet. After all, Yang Wu grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was not much stronger than him. "Junior brother Ling Tian, Palace Master Zhu, let's go. Let's go to the four symbols sanctums." Gu Li called out to Duan Ling Tian and Zhu Luqi before he took the lead and leaped over the mountain range in front of them. It was as though he was on steroids. At this moment, He only wanted to join Zoroastrianism as soon as possible and use the resources of Zoroastrianism to raise his strength quickly. Only then would he have a chance to catch up to Yang Wu and surpass him. Currently, surpassing Yang Wu and trampling him under his feet had become his #1 goal. Duan Lingtian could completely understand Gu Li's feelings. However, before he followed Gu Li, he looked at Zhu Luqi and said, "Palace Master Zhu, this Zoroastrianism trip is more dangerous than we thought. Otherwise what? You young people aren't afraid of trouble. Do you think an old man like me is afraid of trouble?" Zhu Luqi interrupted Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he knew what Duan Lingtian wanted to say. Duan Lingtian wanted to remind him of the dangers of Zoroastrianism and persuade him to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Luqi flew after Gu Li without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He knew he had wasted his breath, so he immediately followed after them. This is the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Four Symbol Sanctums? After crossing the mountain range, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes was a large group of buildings. When he looked down at the buildings, he could see they were all lit up with flames. On top of that, the flames were clearly arranged in a special way, because they formed a huge black tortoise pattern. It was like a black tortoise that was completely condensed out of flames. The Four Symbols Sanctums of Zoroastrianism would recruit a batch of disciples every 3 years. This year, it was the Black Turtle Sanctum's turn to entertain those who came to participate in the assessment. Naturally, it was only a reception. After all the participants of the assessment had gathered in the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum would also send people to participate in the assessment with the Black Turtle Sanctum. Then, they would bring the people they selected back to their respective sanctums for assessment. As long as they passed the assessment, they would be able to become a disciple of their respective sanctum. If they failed, they would be eliminated. For this reason, all the people who wanted to become a disciple of Zoroastrianism had come to the Black Turtle Sanctum. So many people. When Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum, they saw a huge crowd. There were at least a few thousand people there. They were inconspicuous among the thousands of people. Although they were inconspicuous, there were still people who noticed them. It seems like the 3 of you country bumpkins won't give up until all hope is gone. I hope all of you can work hard and pass the assessment of the Four Symbols Sanctums. At that time, all of you are barely qualified to become my playthings. At that time, I'll play with all of you until you're dead. Yang Wu brought the old man with him and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions again. He looked at the 3 of them mockingly. His tone was still condescending and arrogant. When he reached the end of his sentence, killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was as though he was going to devour them. Gu Li's expression darkened immediately. Zhu Luqi's eyes turned cold as well. Idiot! Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Wu indifferently, as he spat out 2 words at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. His words were unbridled. When Gu Li and Zhu Luqi heard Duan Lingtian calling them idiots, they felt elated. However, at the same time, they could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian's safety. The 2 of them immediately moved closer to Duan Lingtian, as they looked at the old man behind Yang Wu with fear in their eyes. As expected, the moment Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the old man's expression darkened. His gaze was as sharp as a knife and was extremely sharp. You dare call me an idiot? At the same time, Yang Wu, who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words, finally regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. In his entire life, this was the first time someone had dared to call him an idiot in front of him. You're courting death. Finally, after a moment of shock, Yang Wu was completely enraged. As killing intent flashed in his eyes, he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. The old man behind Yang Wu immediately locked his chi on Gu Li and Zhu Luqi to prevent them from making a move. As for Duan Lingtian, he did not think he would be a match for his young master since he looked so young. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to make a move when he saw Yang Wu's attack, a voice suddenly rang out. How dare you? A thunderous voice overpowered the clamor in the sky above the Black Turtle sanctum, causing the scene to fall silent. Chapter 1893. Boom! Although the force that exploded between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu was terrifying, it was extremely gentle. At the very least, it was gentle to Duan Lingtian, who had yet to make his move. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was only pushed back a few steps. He was not injured at all. On the other hand, since Yang Wu had attacked Duan Lingtian out of anger, a vast energy swept out. When it collided with the energy, he suffered a great backlash and was sent flying far away. Barf! As he was sent flying, Yang Wu's internal organs trembled, and he threw up a mouthful of blood. Blood splattered across the sky like red roses that were almost black in color. Second young master. The old man who was originally following behind Yang Wu no longer cared about Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. He immediately flew out to help Yang Wu stabilize his body. Whoosh! At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, a tall and old figure appeared in the distance. It was an old man dressed in a white robe embroidered with a flaming black tortoise. His body was sturdy and tall. As he stood there, he looked like a majestic iron tower. It's a silver flame elder. At the same time, many people gasped and exclaimed softly. The sturdy old man's white robe was embroidered with a flaming black tortoise pattern. The color of the flaming black tortoise was silver. It was extremely eye-catching. This was the symbol of a silver flame elder in Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, the elders were divided into 3 ranks. They were Bronze Flame Elder, Silver Flame Elder, and Golden Flame Elder. Among them, the Golden Flame Elder had the highest position. He was one of the top high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, only the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum was a Golden Flame Elder. Based on this, one could see how rare a Golden Flame Elder was. This also showed how high a Golden Flame Elder's position was in Zoroastrianism. Below the Golden Flame Elder was the Silver Flame Elder. There were a total of 5 Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum. All of them were top-tier powerhouses in the Black Turtle Sanctum. All of them were at the Saint Celestial stage. Their names were even in the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking. In Zoroastrianism, one only needed to fulfill 2 conditions to become a Silver Flame Elder. First, they must be loyal to Zoroastrianism. Secondly, he had to be ranked within the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking. The most important thing was the latter condition. This showed how powerful the Silver Flame Elder was. Based on this Silver Flame Elder's tall and muscular body, if I'm not mistaken, he must be Elder Ting Shan from the Black Turtle Sanctum. In the crowd, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar said with a serious expression, "Elder Ting Shan?" Many people could not help but exclaim. Elder Ting Shan is ranked 173rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. His strength is ranked in the top 3 among the 5 Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum. I didn't expect Elder Ting Shan to personally come out. It seems like these 2 people are going to be in trouble. Elder Ting Shan's temper is notorious for being hot-tempered. They actually dare to fight in the Black Turtle Sanctum. They're asking for trouble. Amidst the discussions, many people looked at Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu with pity in their eyes. That person seems familiar. Isn't he the second son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder? Soon after, someone recognized Yang Wu, the second son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder. Many people instantly shifted their attention to Yang Wu. Some of them had seen Yang Wu before and immediately recognized him. As expected, it's him, the second son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Wu. It's said that the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong, and the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, are best friends. Elder Lian is a Silver Flame Elder who's even more powerful than Elder Ting Shan. It seems like the person who went against Yang Wu is going to be in trouble today. More and more people looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Naturally, Duan Lingtian also heard the whispers in the surroundings. His heart skipped a beat as a frown appeared on his face. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's expressions changed drastically. In their opinion, Elder Ting Shan and Elder Lian were both Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, Elder Ting Shan was more powerful than Elder Ting Shan, so he would definitely give Elder Lian some face. Moreover, Lian and Yang Wu's father were best friends. Elder Ting Shan would most likely side with Yang Wu. How dare you fight in the Black Turtle Sanctum? Everyone, including Yang Wu, thought Ting Shan, the Silver Flame Elder, would side with Yang Wu. However, Ting Shan glared at Yang Wu and shouted angrily. Accompanying his voice was an awe-inspiring sound wave. With a vast presence, it enveloped Yang Wu's body, causing his injuries to worsen. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. A hint of fear could be seen in Yang Wu's eyes. Tung Shan did not give Elder Lian any face at all? Or perhaps, he did not hear the whispers in the surroundings, and did not know Yang Wu's identity? Whoosh! At the same time, the entire place was in an uproar. Nobody present on the scene expected Tung Shan to make a move on Yang Wu. This was beyond their imagination. What's going on? Elder Ting Shan actually made a move to punish Yang Wu? Doesn't he know Yang Wu's identity? Elder Ting Shan must have not heard our conversation, and doesn't know Yang Wu's identity. Otherwise, even if he doesn't give Yang Wu's father face, he would still give Elder Lian face. I think so too. The crowd discussed among themselves and reached a consensus. Duan Lingtian, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi had similar thoughts as well. Elder Ting Shan, this is my sect's second young master, Yang Wu. He's the second son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. The old man next to Yang Wu had the same thought as the people present on the scene. He thought Ting Shan did not know Yang Wu's identity. Therefore, he reminded Elder Tung Shan. Elder Lian from your sect is a close friend of our fifth elder. I'm sure you've heard of him before, Elder Tung Shan. When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he intentionally added. He was afraid Ting Shan did not know about the relationship between his fifth elder and Elder Lian from the Black Turtle Sanctum. So what? However, to everyone's surprise, Tung Shan's expression remained unchanged when he heard the old man's reminder. He said nonchalantly, everyone has to abide by the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules. Let alone the son of Elder Lian's old friend. Even if it's Elder Lian's biological son, who commits a crime in the Black Turtle Sanctum, I won't show any mercy. I believe even if Elder Lian is present, he'll agree with me. Tung Shan's selflessness shocked many people. Elder Tung Shan is not bad. Gu Li sighed in relief as he said softly. Zhu Luqi nodded. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tung Shan. The dread in his eyes was no longer there, and it was replaced with admiration. Put everything else aside, Elder Tung Shan's selflessness had already earned his respect. Elder Tung Shan is right. At this moment, another old voice resonated in the air and attracted everyone's attention. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a skinny old man appeared. This old man was wearing the same robe as Tung Shan. It was obvious he was also a Silver Flame Elder. Uncle Lian. Yang Wu's eyes lit up when he saw the person who had just arrived. Everyone present on the scene immediately realized who he was. This Silver Flame Elder was none other than Lian, the Silver Flame Elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. He was also the most powerful Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. From the moment he appeared, Lian's expression was calm. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. Even when he heard Yang Wu's greeting, he merely glanced at Yang Wu indifferently and nodded before ignoring him. Upon seeing this, Yang Wu could not help but frown. In the past, his Uncle Lian had never treated him so coldly. Little Wu, don't worry. Uncle Lian will definitely satisfy you. Just as Yang Wu was feeling a little unhappy, a voice rang in his ears. He could tell that it was his Uncle Lian's voice. The gloominess in his heart instantly disappeared and was replaced with excitement. In the end, his Uncle Lian was on his side. Elder Ting Shan, as the saying goes, it takes two to clap. You've already punished Yang Wu. Isn't it time for the other person to be punished as well? Lian asked as he looked at Tung Shan under everyone's watchful eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Lian's cold gaze that was filled with killing intent entered Duan Lingtian's eyes. It made him feel as though he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. This Lian actually wants to kill me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized how naive he was. To think he thought Lian was as selfless as Tung Shan when he heard Lian's words. However, based on the current situation, it was obvious Lian was not like Tung Shan. Elder Lian, Yang Wu was the only one who made a move. Tung Shan frowned. He did not make a move on Duan Lingtian as Lian had said. Apart from obstructing Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu, the energy he had cast to appear between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu was also used to prove who was the culprit. Whoever exerted their strength would be injured by his power. Earlier, only Yang Wu was injured, and Duan Lingtian was not injured. This meant Yang Wu was the only one who had disregarded the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules. Due to this reason, he did not plan to punish Duan Lingtian. Elder Ting Shan, I've said it before. It takes two to clap. Since you're not going to make a move, leave it to me. Upon hearing Tung Shan's words, Li An's expression turned grave immediately. He raised his hand and struck his palm in the air at Duan Lingtian. Boom! Instantly, the void trembled as a vast and terrifying energy tore through the air and swept toward Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was about to suffocate. The energy that surged toward him was extremely terrifying. It had completely locked him in place, causing him to be unable to move at all. No. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, and a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. Chapter 1894. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. No matter who it was, they never imagined that Lian would use a killing move as soon as he attacked, intending to kill Duan Lingtian. Elder Lian, even Ting Shan, did not expect Lian to be so ruthless. Horror dawned on him, and he immediately moved to stop Lian. However, his strength was weaker than Lian's to begin with. Moreover, Lian had made the first move. For this reason, although he managed to save Duan Lingtian in time, he only managed to block half of Lian's force. The remaining half of the force still landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! Although the force had been reduced by half, it was still fatal to Duan Lingtian. When the force landed on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian instantly felt a heart-wrenching pain. After the pain subsided, he almost fainted. No, I can't faint. I can't faint. Duan Lingtian tried his best to maintain his consciousness until he was almost numb from the heart-wrenching pain all over his body. Only then did he forcefully endure it. After regaining his consciousness, Duan Lingtian knew he had made it. After circulating the Sun True Origin in his body to heal some of his injuries, Duan Lingtian finally caught his breath. At the same time, he looked at Ting Shan and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my life, Elder Ting Shan. He's not dead." When they saw Duan Lingtian had made it through, both Lian, who attacked Duan Lingtian, and Tung Shan, who saved Duan Lingtian in time, were shocked. How's this possible? Li An's face was filled with disbelief. He knew very well the strength of his attack. Even if Ting Shan had blocked half of his force, the remaining half of his force should have been enough to kill a human martial, Dao, or devil cultivator below the Saint Celestial stage, who was targeted by his aura. However, the purple-clad young man in front of him was still alive. He found this hard to believe. Both Lian and Tung Shan were in disbelief. Although he had successfully blocked half of Lian's attack, it was still enough to kill any martial, Dao, or devil cultivator below the Saint Celestial stage, who had not undergone the celestial tempering. Could it be that he's not human? Lian and Tung Shan immediately extended their divine senses and probed Duan Lingtian from head to toe. They wanted to confirm whether Duan Lingtian was a human or not. This was because it was practically impossible for a human below the Saint Celestial stage to survive after taking that attack head-on. However, the result of the divine sense investigation showed that Duan Lingtian was indeed a human. He is indeed a human. But why is his body so strong? Soon the results of the investigation were out. Duan Lingtian was a pure human. However, at the same time, they discovered Duan Lingtian's body was insanely strong. It was comparable to the body of an ordinary divine saint stage wild beast, and the body of a divine saint stage saint beast. In their eyes, this was a very inconceivable thing. However, the truth was right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. For a time, they could only attribute this to Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter in the past. Otherwise, it was impossible for his body to be so strong. If my body was slightly weaker, I would have definitely died from that attack. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized this. Yes, the reason why he was able to survive was mostly due to his strong body. At that moment, not only was his body immobilized, but he could not even circulate the sun's true origin in his body. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to transform into a dragon warrior. Although Duan Lingtian did not die, his injuries were not light. At the very least, his injuries were much more severe than Yang Yang's. Elder Li An's attack earlier was too ruthless. If Elder Ting Shan did not make a move, this young man would have died. That's right. Based on his injuries, we can see how terrifying Elder Li An's attack was. In the end, even when Elder Ting Shan made a move to stop him, the remaining force from the attack almost killed him. Elder Lian is siding with Yang Wu after all. However, it's normal when you think about it. After all, Yang Wu is his best friend's son. The people present on the scene regained their senses one after another, causing a commotion in the sky above the Black Turtle's sanctum. Many people looked at Lian with dread in their eyes. When Lian first appeared, he was magnanimous and gave off a sense of selflessness. However, Li An's subsequent actions made them realize not every Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle's sanctum was like Ting Shan. Earlier, I almost died. I have no enmity with Lian, but he wants to kill me just because of a conflict between me and Yang Wu. Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at Lian in the distance. His eyes were burning with rage. Noticing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Lian merely glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before he no longer looked at him, let alone pay attention to him. Although Duan Lingtian's body was much stronger than ordinary people, in Lian's eyes, Duan Lingtian was still an ant that he could easily trample on. If Ting Shan did not make a move earlier, Duan Lingtian would have been killed by him. Lian. Faced with Lian who ignored him, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel enraged when he recalled how close he was to death earlier. He hated Lian to the core. If he was stronger than Lian, he would kill Lian immediately even if he had to risk offending the Zoroastrianism and being hunted down by the Zoroastrianism. However, even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword and attacked with all his might, it was still impossible for him to kill Lian. For this reason, he could only endure it. The reason he endured it today was so that he would have a better chance of taking revenge tomorrow. Junior brother Lingtian, are you all right? At this moment, Guli, who had regained his senses, looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. He did not expect Lian to be so shameless as to kill Duan Lingtian, who had not officially joined the Zoroastrianism. Zhu Luqi looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were filled with concern. Elder Lian, even if he's at fault, he doesn't deserve to die, right? Tung Shan asked coldly, as he looked at Lian with a gloomy expression on his face. I know he doesn't deserve to die. I merely made a mistake earlier. It was not intentional. Moreover, he's still alive, right? Lian said nonchalantly. His expression did not change when he faced the overbearing Tung Shan. Tung Shan was at a loss for words when he heard Li An's shameless words. The others present on the scene were speechless as well. They did not expect Lian to lie so confidently. Made a mistake. He's still alive? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened again. He did not expect Lian to be so shameless. It was obvious Lian wanted to kill him, but he did not dare to admit it. Since the two of you have already accepted your punishment, then, today's matter will come to an end. Lian glanced at Duan Lingtian before he turned to look at Yang Wu, who was frowning when he heard Li An's words. In the next moment, he reminded Yang Wu through voice transmission. Yang Wu's frown disappeared when he heard Li An's reminder. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with killing intent in his eyes. Elder Ting Shan, you don't have any objections, right? Lian asked as he looked at Tung Shan. Tung Shan shook his head. How could he have any objections at this point? Furthermore, he had already punished those who needed to be punished. Elder Lian. When Tung Shan shook his head, Yang Wu immediately looked at Lian and said solemnly, Today, I'd like to challenge a person to a death duel. I hope Elder Lian can be the witness of this death duel between me and him. Death duel. The people present on the scene instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian when they heard Yang Wu's words. Then, they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu. They saw Yang Wu, who had almost recovered from his injuries, and Duan Lingtian, who was severely injured and had a face as pale as a sheet. Yang Wu is really shameless. Many people immediately cursed in a low voice. The cursing was one-sided. At this moment, Yang Wu wanted to initiate a death duel, and even asked Lian to be the witness. They did not have to think to be able to guess that Yang Wu's target was surely Duan Lingtian, who was injured to the point of being on the verge of death by Lian's shameless. He's too shameless. Does Yang Wu want to have an unfair advantage? Don't be hasty. This matter isn't set in stone yet. Even if Yang Wu issues a death duel, he still needs the other party to agree. If he doesn't agree, at least in the Black Turtle Sanctum, whether it's Yang Wu or Lian, no one can touch this young man. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves. None of them felt Duan Lingtian would agree to Yang Wu's death duel. In their opinion, if Duan Lingtian was not at his peak, he would not be a match for Yang Wu. Now that he was severely injured, unless he was seeking death, he would definitely not agree to Yang Wu's death duel. You want me to be the witness? Of course. Lian agreed readily and asked, who do you want to issue a death duel with? As soon as Lian asked this question, Yang Wu immediately shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. Trash! Do you dare to have a death duel with me? Although the people present on the scene had long guessed that Yang Wu would challenge Duan Lingtian to a death duel, when they saw Yang Wu challenging Duan Lingtian to a death duel and calling Duan Lingtian trash in an attempt to infuriate him, they were stunned. They couldn't help but curse, shameless. Yang Wu is too shameless. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Naturally, there were people who cursed as well. Guli was one of them. Junior brother Lingtian, just ignore him. An idiot like him only dares to issue a death duel with you when you're injured. Guli reminded Duan Lingtian. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would agree to it. Recuperate well. You don't even have to fully recover. You just need to recover a little more. At that time, killing him will be as easy as killing a chicken. Zhu Luqi chimed in as well. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Wu through the slits. He asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Chapter 1895. That's right. Yang Wu nodded proudly. The gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian was still condescending, like a superior looking down on a subordinate. Naturally, you can reject it as well. After all, you and your two companions are trash. Yang Wu smiled disdainfully as he looked at Guli and Zhu Luqi. Guli and Zhu Luqi's expressions changed immediately. However, they knew Yang Wu was intentionally provoking Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, they did not flare up. They were afraid if they were to flare up, it would only make Duan Lingtian even angrier. If Duan Lingtian was not severely injured, naturally, they would not doubt that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Yang Wu. However, although Duan Lingtian was no longer on the verge of death, based on his condition, it was obvious he was still on the verge of death. Even Guli felt he could defeat Duan Lingtian now. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was facing Yang Wu, who was even stronger than Guli. Death duel. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with death duels. Moreover, if he did not carefully recall all the death duels he had experienced, he would not be able to remember them. However, based on the fact that Duan Lingtian was still standing here, it could be seen that Duan Lingtian's death was inevitable. Without exception, all of his opponents had died in the death duels. Today, Yang Wu, the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate sect in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, had challenged him to a death duel in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lian, was the witness. As expected, you're trash. If you don't dare to accept the duel, just stand there. Why are you hesitating? Yang Wu continued to look at Duan Lingtian condescendingly as he said arrogantly, "Do you think your hesitation will change your cowardice? Coward. Trash. Do you think I'll reject a duel when faced with someone who's not even comparable to trash? Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Something worse than trash? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the hearts of everyone present trembled. Judging from Duan Lingtian's words, did he intend to accept Yang Wu's challenge? Crazy. Immediately, many people sucked in a cold breath, thinking that Duan Lingtian had gone mad. Could it be that his strength is so strong that he can still defeat Yang Wu even with such serious injuries? There were also some who were quite powerful. Out of curiosity, they extended their divine senses to check Duan Lingtian's cultivation. However, their expressions changed in the next moment. The peak of the eminent saint stage? How is this possible? I also detected that his cultivation base is at the peak of the great sage stage. Oh my god! Is he courting death? A heavily injured powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage actually accepted a death duel challenge from a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator who's in his prime. What's he thinking? Had his head been kicked by a donkey? You're seeking death. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was exposed, the entire place was in an uproar again. Naturally, there were also a few people who remained calm. It was as though they already knew Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Apart from Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, there were also Yang Wu, Lian, and Ting Shan among these people. There was no need for Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, since they were Duan Lingtian's companions. As for Yang Wu, he would listen to Lian. When Lian and Tung Shan used their divine senses to check if Duan Lingtian was human, they had already discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Due to this reason, Lian had asked Yang Wu to humiliate Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. As long as Duan Lingtian accepted Yang Wu's death duel challenge, today's matter would be considered complete. At least, it would be considered complete for Lian. In this way, he would be able to explain himself to his best friend in the future. Due to Lian's manipulation, the scene before their eyes had unfolded. Junior brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's expressions changed immediately. They looked at Duan Lingtian in a panic. Just as they were about to persuade him, Duan Lingtian blocked them. Don't worry, I'm confident. Senior brother Gu Li, it's not like you haven't seen me in a death duel before. Previously, when I was still in the mystical sky mansion, didn't Zhao Kuan from the Zhao clan die in my hands? At that time, how many people thought I'd win? Duan Lingtian's words were filled with confidence. But now, you. Gu Li was just about to say that Duan Lingtian was injured, and could not be compared to when he was at his peak when he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. It's enough to kill Yang Wu. In the end, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi chose to believe in Duan Lingtian. Naturally, this was their only choice. They could see that Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. It was a decision that could not be changed. Elder Ting Shan, I hope you can be a witness to the death duel between Yang Wu and me. Otherwise, I'm afraid a certain old dog won't be able to stop himself from interfering when he sees I'm about to kill someone who's even worse than trash. Just when most of the people thought Duan Lingtian had gone mad, he looked at Ting Shan and said, You're right. The entire place fell silent immediately. A certain old dog? Someone who's even worse than trash? At once, many strange gazes landed on Lian and Yang Wu one after another. Many people even secretly gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. It was fine if he scolded Yang Wu, but Duan Lingtian even scolded Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. Apart from being shocked, they could also see Duan Lingtian was acting so recklessly because he had nothing left to lose. Lian's eyes were cold. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was scolding him, it was not appropriate for him to lose his temper, since Duan Lingtian had not mentioned his name. Otherwise, would he not be admitting that he was an old dog? I'll definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces. Yang Wu glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. His eyes were as sharp as blades, as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. Have you made up your mind? Tung Shan asked in a deep voice. He did not think the purple-clad young man before him was a match for Yang Wu. Even if the purple-clad young man was not injured, he was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, Yang Wu was a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I hope Elder Tingshan can be a witness and ensure that this death duel is absolutely fair. You don't have to worry about that. No third party can interfere in a one-on-one death duel in the Black Turtle Sanctum, unless he wants to go against the entire Black Turtle Sanctum, the four symbol sanctums, and even the entire Zoroastrianism. Tingshan glanced at Lian as he spoke. He was still brooding over the fact that Lian had doubted his judgment and attacked Duan Lingtian. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, nobody was allowed to create trouble. Otherwise, they would be punished. Just like Yang Wu. However, if it was a public one-on-one death duel, it would be protected by the Black Turtle Sanctum. Due to this reason, Tingshan acted this way. What's your name? Tingshan asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian before the death duel began. Although he did not have high hopes for this young man, he had a good impression of this young man due to his courage and how he had indirectly called Lian an old dog. If it was possible, he really did not want this young man to throw his life away. However, now that things had come to this, it was no longer something he could control. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Good name. Tingshan's eyes lit up as he praised. Although news of the Devil Seal Tablet's appearance had spread from the lower province to the upper province, many people knew that the Devil Seal Tablet was in the possession of a lower province martial cultivator called Duan Lingtian. They were not unfamiliar with the name Duan Lingtian. However, the Dao Martial Saint land was so big that it was normal for people with the same name to appear. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian revealed his real name, it did not cause any commotion. Moreover, even if people found out that Duan Lingtian was the one who had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, nobody would do anything to him. This was because everyone knew the Devil Seal Tablet was in the hands of Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Long before he came to the Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian had used the disguising secret tactic to change his appearance. Although he did not change much, he looked like a different person. At the very least, even his closest relatives would not be able to recognize him as Duan Lingtian with just a glance. Of course, he only changed his appearance a little. He didn't change his name. Due to this reason, when Tingshan asked for his name, he directly revealed his real name. I've seen many lunatics in my life, but this is my first time seeing such a lunatic. That's right. This Duan Lingtian is a lunatic among lunatics. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he's going to die in the death duel with Yang Wu. Even then, he still dares to ask Elder Tingshan to be his witness. Perhaps, he thinks he's not inferior to Yang Wu in terms of imposing manner. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves as they discussed among themselves. Even though Duan Lingtian had asked Tingshan to be his witness and revealed his confidence, nobody thought he would be able to kill Yang Wu. Lian and Yang Wu thought so as well. Even if a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage was at his peak, it was impossible for him to be a match for a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator, even if he was heavily injured. Trash is trash. Even at this moment, you're still trying to be mysterious. Zhao Wu sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disdain. Make your move. However, faced with Zhao Wu's disdain, Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath on him. Instead, he stared at him calmly and said indifferently, Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. When Zhao Wu saw Duan Lingtian was still so calm and did not reveal the fear he had imagined, he was instantly enraged. After he shouted, his body moved and shot toward Duan Lingtian, like an arrow that was released from a bow. A mere powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage dares to accept my second young master's death duel. You're seeking death. The old man who had been following Zhao Wu since the beginning stood at the side and watched the battle. He looked at Duan Lingtian, as though he was looking at a dead man. Junior brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1896. Trash. If there's an afterlife, remember that when you meet someone like me, you'd better avoid me. Otherwise, no matter how many lives you have, you're doomed to die young. Yang Wu ran like the wind. In the blink of an eye, He was near Duan Lingtian. A disdainful voice was transmitted over, and accompanying it was a 3-foot-long sword that emitted an oppressive cold aura. Whoosh! The 3-foot-long sword broke through the air and turned into a 7-foot-long sword light. It was so cold and threatening that it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. It swept toward Duan Lingtian, 100 inscription sacred sword. Sensing the fierce aura of the 3-foot-long sword in Yang Wu's hand, and seeing the power it displayed, many people immediately recognized that it was a 100 inscription sacred weapon. If it wasn't a 100 inscription sacred weapon, it couldn't be so powerful. Whoosh! At the same time, with Yang Wu as the center, the void shook and then condensed into a territory. Inside the territory, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a wave of gravitational force shrouding him. The pressure caused his injuries that were already very serious to worsen. His face turned green and white as he spat out a large mouthful of blood with a barf sound. Obviously, Yang Wu's territory was the gravity territory. Junior brother Lingtian. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had spat out blood, and his face was getting paler and paler, Gu Li's face changed greatly. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, but there was nothing he could do. He was so anxious that his teeth were about to be crushed. Zhu Luqi's face also changed greatly, and he looked worried. Die! Yang Wu suddenly shouted. His body shook, and he entered the gravity territory like lightning. It was as if he was walking on flat ground, and he wasn't affected at all. This was his own territory, so it naturally wouldn't affect him. In the blink of an eye, under everyone's gaze, Yang Wu walked in the territory alone with a sword. He was like a sword god, and when the sword god was angry, blood would splash for thousands of miles. He was going to kill Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian is going to be killed. The gap is too big. They're not at the same level at all. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads inside. It was as if they could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Yu Yu. Bastard, how dare you insult me? Consider yourself lucky. If I were to make a move myself, I'd definitely make you die a graveless death. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian, who was about to die under Yang Wu's sword. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he sneered. Just now, Duan Lingtian had called him an old dog in a roundabout way, which had completely infuriated him. If Duan Lingtian hadn't cursed at him in a roundabout way, and had directly cursed him, he would have struck out like a thunderbolt and killed Duan Lingtian. However, even though Duan Lingtian was scolding him in a roundabout way, the anger in his heart did not diminish. Now that he saw that Duan Lingtian was going to die under Yang Wu's sword, he naturally felt very relieved. Sigh. Tung Shan sighed. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes. Even he did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Yang Wu. At that moment, he was prepared to turn his head away. He did not want to see Duan Lingtian's blood splattering everywhere. However, just as he was about to turn his head away, the situation changed drastically. How's this possible? Tung Shan's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Impossible. Just as Tung Shan's eyes narrowed, Li An's expression changed drastically as well. Disbelief could be seen in his eyes. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes was real. Under the gaze of Tung Shan and Lian, a whirlpool quickly appeared with Duan Lingtian's body as the center. The whirlpool spun, and the energy in the surroundings was almost materialized as it was absorbed into his body. During this process, Yang Wu's gravitational territory collapsed immediately. Whoosh! However, the collapse of the gravitational territory did not affect the sword in Yang Wu's hand. Although Yang Wu was shocked by the scene before him, he continued to exert his strength. The 100 inscriptions Saint sword in his hand whistled as it slashed toward Duan Lingtian's neck. It was obvious he wanted to cut off Duan Lingtian's head. Whoosh! At this moment, Yang Wu only saw a flash in front of his eyes. It was accompanied by a deafening sound of wind whistling that caused his eardrums to tremble slightly. Clang! In the next instant, a loud sound of metal colliding rang in the air. It broke Yang Wu's eardrums, causing blood to spurt out of his ears. However, before Yang Wu had time to care about his ears, he felt a violent vibration coming from the 100 inscriptions saint sword in his hand. It was as though his sword had struck an indestructible object. Not only did the force of the shockwave rupture Yang Wu's perlicue, it even transmitted into Yang Wu's body, causing his internal organs to tremble and severely injuring him. Barf! Yang Wu's body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. While he was feeling dizzy, he glanced at the place where the 100 inscriptions saint sword in his hand had landed. Over there was a ferocious claw lying horizontally. It was this claw that had blocked the 100 inscriptions saint sword in his hand. Initially, he thought it was a saint beast or savage beast that had helped Duan Lingtian. However, when he looked up, he discovered the claw that looked no different from a dragon's claw was on Duan Lingtian's hand. Whoosh! Before Yang Wu could take a closer look at the dragon's claw on Duan Lingtian's hand, the dragon's claw disappeared before his eyes and was replaced by a human's hand. At the same time, the hand shot out at lightning speed and grabbed Yang Wu's throat. A vast and boundless energy suppressed Yang Wu's strength as it lifted him up by the neck. Cough, 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 cough. With the energy in Yang Wu's body suppressed, he could not fly. His face turned red as he was lifted up by the neck. He could not breathe and was on the verge of suffocating. It seems like I'm not the one who's going to die. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. It was Duan Lingtian who had lifted Yang Wu up by the neck. Duan Lingtian stared coldly at the red-faced Yang Wu. There was no emotion in his eyes at all. Earlier, when the 100 inscription saint sword in Yang Wu's hand was about to land on Duan Lingtian and kill him, Duan Lingtian made a move in time. He immediately cast the high-grade divine ability, the devouring technique. With the divine ability, the devouring technique, even if he could not use the Sun True Origin to his heart's content due to his severe injuries, he could still increase his Sun True Origin. Although it was impossible for him to increase his Sun True Origin to his peak, it was not difficult for him to increase his Sun True Origin to the point where he could deal with Yang Wu. At the same time, he also dragonized his right hand. Currently, he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior at will. Naturally, it was easy for him to transform his hand into a dragon claw. With the help of the dragon claw and the Sun True Origin that had been raised by the devouring technique, Duan Lingtian easily blocked the 100 inscriptions saint weapon in Yang Wu's hand. From the beginning until the end, he did not feel any pressure at all. Although the 100 inscriptions saint weapon was powerful, the problem was Yang Wu was not powerful. A mere mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator, wielding the 100 inscriptions saint weapon, was not a threat to Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian's claw had not only blocked the 100 inscriptions saint sword in Yang Wu's hand, but it had also severely injured Yang Wu. Due to this reason, the following scene happened. This. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. How's this possible? Wasn't he injured by Elder Lien? How's it possible for him to unleash such powerful strength? Isn't he a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage? Let's not talk about an injured martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Even if he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage at his peak, would he have such strength? The onlookers were stunned for a moment before they regained their senses one after another. Shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. Many of them felt as though their minds had stopped working. Who could tell them what was going on? How could a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage be able to unleash such powerful strength when he was severely injured? How could he counterattack a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator and directly control his opponent's life? They could see that if Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could take Yang Wu's life at any time. Junior brother Lingtian, unlike the others who were in shock and disbelief, Gu Li's eyes brightened when he saw the scene before him. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Freak. Zhu Luqi was stunned for a long time before he spat out these two words. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier had also shocked him. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would still be so powerful even after he was severely injured. He managed to turn the tables and defeat Yang Wu, a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator, in just a few moves. Not only that, but Yang Wu's life was in his hands as well. Let go of second young master. At the same time, the old man who had been following behind Yang Wu could no longer hold himself back when he saw Duan Lingtian strangling Yang Wu with a pained expression on his face. The old man shouted as he charged toward Duan Lingtian, like a gust of wind, in an attempt to save his second young master. Humph! However, as soon as the old man made his move, a thunderous snort reverberated in the air. Bang! Along with it was a vast and terrifying power that sent the old man flying. If you continue to be so presumptuous, you'll definitely die, Tung Shan said coldly as he glared at the old man who was sent flying. The old man was so frightened that his body trembled as his face turned pale. The old man took a deep breath as he looked at Lian, who was standing next to Tung Shan. Elder Lian, you're a good friend of our fifth elder. You must save the second young master. The fifth elder only has 2 sons, and he loves the second young master dearly. If anything happens to the second young master, he won't be able to accept it. When the old man realized it was impossible for him to save his young master, he immediately shifted his attention to Lian. Upon hearing the voice transmission, Lian's originally grave expression turned even graver. Ask him to save him? How? Everyone present on the scene had witnessed Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu having a fair death duel. If he was thick-skinned enough to make a move, he would indeed be able to save Yang Wu. Chapter 1897. Lian knew this very well. If he interfered in the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu, he would definitely be expelled from Zoroastrianism. Would he leave Zoroastrianism for Yang Wu? Of course not. Let alone his friend's son. Even if it was for his own son, he would not do anything that would offend Zoroastrianism. Once he offended it, he would be expelled from Zoroastrianism. Publicly interfering in a death duel and ruining the reputation of Zoroastrianism was one of the biggest taboos of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian. Although Lian did not dare to interfere in the death duel, he still dared to threaten Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Let him go. Otherwise you'll regret it. Lian threatened Duan Lingtian in an almost commanding tone, forcing Duan Lingtian to let Yang Wu go. Regret it. Upon hearing Lian's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Lian calmly. In the next moment, a sneer appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he said loudly, Elder Lian, if I'm not mistaken, Yang Wu and I have a death duel. What do you mean by asking me to let Yang Wu go through voice transmission? If we don't let him go, we'll regret it. How do you want me to regret it, Elder Lian? In the end, Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Lian and asked without the slightest scruple. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Several gazes landed on Lian's figure. There were looks of disdain, disgust, and anger. At this moment, Lian had become everyone's target. All of this was due to his threat to Duan Lingtian. Is he really the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism? How dare you interfere in a deathmatch like this? You're a disgrace to the Black Turtle Sanctum and Zoroastrianism. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, I wouldn't have known that the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism had such a side to him. How disgusting! After a while, quite a few courageous people began to curse. They all expressed their dissatisfaction with their words. Lian had incurred the wrath of the masses. Elder Lian, isn't this a little inappropriate? Tung Shan looked at Lian and frowned as he asked in a deep voice. Elder Tung Shan, he is just slandering us. How can you believe that? Not to be outdone, Lian replied. At the same time, Lian looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Duan Lingtian, do you know what the punishment for slandering an elder of Zoroastrianism is? If you don't want to die, you better shut your mouth obediently. When Lian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, as though he was about to devour Duan Lingtian. The reason he did this was to scare Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would reply to his words through voice transmission. This feeling was no different from having his last layer of cloth removed. Duan Lingtian, if you don't want to die, you better shut your mouth obediently. At the same time, Lian did not forget to threaten Duan Lingtian again through voice transmission. Don't think I'm joking. If you don't shut your mouth, you'll definitely die even if you've entered Zoroastrianism. I, Lian, am the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder of Zoroastrianism. To me, killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Lian's voice turned colder as he threatened Duan Lingtian. Haha. However, just when Lian thought Duan Lingtian would give in due to his threat, Duan Lingtian laughed loudly. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Lian, who had a grave expression on his face, and said, Elder Lian, you keep saying that I'm slandering you. Why don't we swear on the lightning penalty oath to see who's telling the truth? Lightning penalty oath. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lian's expression turned grave immediately. Everyone present on the scene shifted their attention to Lian in unison. They wanted to see if Lian dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath. If he did not, it would mean that he was guilty. Who do you think you are? How dare you swear on the lightning penalty oath with me? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lian glanced at Duan Lingtian disdainfully, before he smiled condescendingly. As soon as Lian finished speaking, a series of jeers rang in the air. It was obvious that they were jeering at Lian. Although Lian's words sounded dignified, most of the people present were well aware of the truth. Lian must have come up with such a lousy excuse because he was guilty and did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. After the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian, Lian no longer dared to use voice transmission to threaten Duan Lingtian. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian from afar, his gaze was even colder than before. It was filled with endless hatred. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed Lian's gaze. However, he was not bothered by it at all. This was because he knew very well that when he scolded Lian as an old dog in a roundabout way, he was already on the opposite side of Lian. There was no turning back. However, he did not regret it at all. Previously, if Tung Shan had not blocked half of Lian's attack for him, he would have been killed by Lian. At that time, Lian did not show any mercy and directly tried to kill him. It was obvious that Lian wanted to kill him. Before that, he had never met Lian. It was also Lian's first time meeting him. And yet, Lian wanted to kill him. How could he not be enraged? Due to this reason, it was also at that time that he regarded Lian as his mortal enemy. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly take Lian's threat to heart? Cough. Cough cough. Duan Lingtian, I beg you, let me go. Please. Cough cough. At the same time, Yang Wu, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, began to struggle and beg for mercy from Duan Lingtian when he realized it was impossible for Lian to save him. At this moment, Yang Wu no longer had the arrogance from before. I really didn't expect the outcome to be like this. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's simply unbelievable. That's right. In the beginning, almost everyone thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die in this death duel. Who would have thought that he actually launched a counterattack in the end? Not only did he easily defeat Zhao Wu, but he even subdued Zhao Wu and held Zhao Wu's life in his hands. This Duan Lingtian is definitely not a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Of course, based on the strength he's currently displaying, how could he possibly be a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage? He's more like a martial cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage. Upon hearing Yang Wu begging for mercy from Duan Lingtian, the people present on the scene could not help but sigh when they recalled how arrogant Yang Wu was in front of Duan Lingtian. Second young master, the old man who was severely injured by Tung Shan, stood in the distance with a pale face. A hint of helplessness could be seen in his eyes. He was severely injured, so it was impossible for him to save Yang Wu. Moreover, even if he was not injured, he would not be able to save Yang Wu. This was because Tung Shan, who was invited by Duan Lingtian to witness the death duel. It was impossible for Tung Shan to let him save Yang Wu. Spare you? In the face of Yang Wu's begging, Duan Lingtian's expression remained indifferent. I'm very curious. If I fall into your hands and my life is in your hands, will you, Yang Wu, let me go? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Wu's eyes narrowed slightly as his body tensed up. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would see through his thoughts. Even if you don't, I know the answer. Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually turned cold as killing intent shot out. My answer is the same as well. No. Cough. No. 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 Upon sensing Duan Lingtian's killing intent, Yang Wu struggled violently as he shouted indistinctly. His eyes were filled with terror and despair. Elder Lian, do you have anything else to say to him? You won't have the chance if you're too late. Before killing Yang Wu, Duan Lingtian looked at Lian in a timely manner and asked nonchalantly. Provocation. A blatant provocation. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could clearly sense the thick smell of gunpowder between the two of them. Faced with Duan Lingtian's provocation, Lian felt as though his lungs were about to explode. However, he did not want to lose his temper in front of so many people. After all, his every move represented the Black Turtle's sanctum and the Zoroastrianism. Wu, rest in peace. It won't be long before Uncle Lian sends him on his way to reunite with you. In the end, Lian glanced at Yang Wu and transmitted his voice to him. At this moment, his tone was slightly heavy. No matter what, Yang Wu was still his best friend's son. Now that he had died here, he really did not know how to face his best friend the next time he saw him. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. He could only watch as Yang Wu died. Duan Lingtian, since you've killed him, not only will you have to bear my wrath in the future, but you'll also have to bear the wrath of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. You're dead meat. Lian stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. He had already sentenced Duan Lingtian to death in his heart. Crack. A crisp sound resonated in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian exerted force in his hand and killed Yang Wu. Until the moment he was killed, Yang Wu's eyes were still wide open. He did not have any intention of closing them at all. After killing Yang Wu and putting away Yang Wu's 100 inscriptions Saint Sword and spatial ring, Duan Lingtian loosened his grip on Yang Wu's neck and allowed Yang Wu's body to fall from the sky. At the same time, his body trembled violently, and his face turned pale immediately. At this moment, the energy that had been devoured by the high-grade divine ability, the devouring tactic, had finally been depleted. Duan Lingtian did not have much spiritual energy left as well. It was precisely because he had noticed the energy he had devoured, using the devouring tactic, was quickly draining away, that he had decided to kill Yang Wu so quickly. He was worried that the situation would change. He's dead. The son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect died just like that. I wonder how angry the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect would be when he finds out about this. Humph. This Yang Wu deserved to die. If he didn't take the initiative to offend someone, no one would have killed him. Chapter 1898. Soon after, everyone's eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian in unison. This purple-clad young man, whom they did not think highly of earlier, had turned the tables and killed Yang Wu at the Mastery Divine Saint stage in the nick of time. Such an unexpected outcome shocked them so much that they only regained their senses after a long time. In fact, all of them thought the purple-clad young man would die in Yang Wu's hands. This Duan Lingtian must know some secret tactic that can conceal his cultivation base. Someone chimed in. Definitely. The others agreed with his words as well. Although they had never heard of any secret tactic that could conceal one's cultivation base in the Dao Martial Saint land, they could not deny the existence of such a secret tactic. In particular, after witnessing the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed, they were almost 100% certain he had such a secret tactic. What a joke! According to their divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, it was precisely this person whose cultivation base was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage who had shattered the territory of a Mastery Divine Saint stage martial cultivator in just one blow, even though he had yet to recover from his injuries. Moreover, he had even forcefully taken on the 100 inscriptions Saint Sword that the Mastery Divine Saint stage martial cultivator had activated with all his strength. Moreover, He had subdued his opponent in just a blink of an eye, and held his opponent's life in his hands. Was this something a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage could do? Earlier, when Yang Wu made his move, he looked half dead. However, when Yang Wu approached him, he cast an extremely terrifying technique. It seemed as though he had swallowed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. I saw it as well. At that time, a whirlpool appeared in the sky with him as the center. The energy in the surroundings was being sucked into the whirlpool at an extremely fast speed. The center of the whirlpool was none other than Duan Lingtian. It's obvious the energy that was sucked into the whirlpool was controlled by Duan Lingtian in the end. That's why he was able to cast such a powerful force, even though he was severely injured. Apart from that, the whirlpool even shattered Yang Wu's territory. Such a terrifying technique, it must be a divine ability. Moreover, it's not an ordinary divine ability. It might even be a high-grade divine ability. The onlookers discussed animatedly. Their gazes fell on Duan Lingtian, filled with shock and horror. In addition, the thing he used to block Yang Wu's 100-pattern sacred sword seems to be a claw-shaped sacred weapon. That saint weapon can withstand the 100 inscriptions saint sword. It's most likely a 100 inscriptions saint weapon. Many people turned their attention to Duan Lingtian's dragon claw. Of course, they did not know that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior. They thought that it was a 100-pattern saint weapon that Duan Lingtian had taken out in a hurry and put away after using it. Dragon warrior? If there was anyone present who could tell that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior, it would be Tung Shan and Lian. As the Silver Flame elders of the Zoroastrianism sect, and ranked in the top 200, on the Supreme Saint ranking, they were not only powerful, but they were also very observant. Although Duan Lingtian had only transformed his hand into a dragon claw for a split second, they could tell that it was a dragon claw. They did not notice how many claws there were on the dragon claw. Of course, it was also because Duan Lingtian had quickly put away his dragon claw that they did not notice it in time. Even so, they were certain that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon claw. They were certain that Duan Lingtian could transform into a dragon warrior. I didn't expect this guy to be a dragon warrior. When Tingshan saw that Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wu and won the death duel, he was happy for him. At the same time, he was surprised by Duan Lingtian's dragon warrior identity. It seems like he's related to one of the 7-clawed divine dragons. Since Tingshan did not see the 9 dragon claws on Duan Lingtian's dragon claw, he naturally thought that Duan Lingtian was a 7-clawed dragon warrior. If he knew that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would be even more surprised. So what if he's a dragon warrior? Coincidentally, I've never killed a dragon warrior in my life. I can try it out. Li An's gaze turned colder as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He could not hide the killing intent in his eyes. Thank you, Elder Tingshan, for upholding the fairness of the death duel. After killing Yang Wu, Duan Lingtian turned a blind eye to the people around him. He immediately looked at Tingshan and cupped his hands together to thank him. There's no need to thank me. As an elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism, this is my duty. Tingshan shook his head. With this, the farce came to an end. Naturally, it only seemed like it had come to an end. In truth, this farce had only just begun with Yang Wu's death. After killing Yang Wu, Duan Lingtian had offended many people. Firstly, it was the first Silver Flame elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism, Lian. Secondly, it was the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, Yang Chong. Although the Northern Plethora sect's elder was a level lower than the Zoroastrianism's elder, Yang Chong was the first elder of the Northern Plethora sect. However, as the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, Yang Chong's strength was in no way inferior to Lian, who was a Silver Flame elder of the Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to become good friends. It was precisely because both of their strengths were on par that they became good friends. Moreover, as the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, Yang Chong's influence in the Northern Plethora sect was not something Lian could compare to. In the entire Zoroastrianism, Lian was merely one of the many Silver Flame Elders. He was very ordinary. He only had some influence in the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums, that was in charge of external affairs in the Zoroastrianism. There were a total of 5 Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, and he was the strongest. I can't believe I've offended 2 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses so soon after arriving in the Upper Province. Duan Ling Tian had already anticipated the consequences of killing Yang Wu even before he killed him. However, he still killed Yang Wu in the end. It was not Duan Lingtian's style to be afraid of the slightest thing. Moreover, he knew very well that even if he did not kill Yang Wu, Lian would not let him go. Killing Yang Wu would only mean he had offended another Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, who was similar to Lian. In his opinion, there was no difference between offending 1 or 2 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. The pressure from 2 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses is really great. It's been a long time since I've felt such great pressure. It seems like I'll have to seize the time to raise my strength after joining the Zoroastrianism and becoming a member of the Zoroastrianism. Although Duan Lingtian was fearless, he still felt great pressure when facing 2 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. Right now, Hualao should be done repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As long as the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, not only will I have a better cultivation environment, but I'll also have a place to hide. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became excited. Currently, the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had only been repaired. Although the cultivation environment in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not bad, it was still lacking compared to the cultivation environment in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The only advantage was the time flow inside was 5 times slower than outside. 5 days inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. However, once the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, not only would there be a better cultivation environment, but the time flow would also slow down. According to Hualao, the time flow inside the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 8 times slower than outside. 8 days inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. Just this alone was enough for Duan Lingtian to go all out to search for all kinds of materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Apart from that, there was another important thing that Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the most. According to Hualao, once the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, the space inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would be completely stabilized. No matter how big the commotion outside was, the space inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would not be affected. It would not be like before where he would be thrown out if there was even the slightest movement. If the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, I'll be able to hide even if I encounter an opponent I can't defeat. As long as I hide in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and turn it into a speck of dust, my opponent won't be able to find me. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he became excited again. At that time, he would have a life-saving talisman. Moreover, it was a life-saving talisman that could be used infinitely. More and more people gathered in the Black Turtle Sanctum. When Duan Lingtian returned to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's side, the others left as well. They did not forget the purpose of their visit today. They wanted to participate in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's assessment, including the Black Turtle Sanctum's assessment. They wanted to enter the Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Most of the people who came today were born and raised in the Western region. They believed in Zoroastrianism and dreamed of becoming a member of Zoroastrianism. To them, it was an honor that could not be replaced by anything. It was a supreme honor. Junior brother Ling Tian, the old man who followed Yang Wu, has left with Yang Wu's body. He must have gone back to the Northern Plethora sect to inform them. Gu Li reminded Duan Lingtian as he looked at the old man's silhouette in the distance that was gradually disappearing from his sight. Let him be, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. The old man was a quintessential saint stage powerhouse after all. With his current strength, he could not make the old man stay. Moreover, Even if he made the old man stay, the news of him killing Yang Wu would eventually spread to the Northern Plethora sect, since it was unavoidable. As more and more people gathered, noon arrived. Behind the mountain range where the Black Turtle Sanctum's estate was located, a group of people had gathered in the sky above a vast and boundless field. From afar, it looked as though dark clouds were looming over the city. At this moment, everyone's attention was on a higher place. There were 8 people standing there. Among the 8 people, there was an old man, an old woman, a middle-aged man, a young man, and a young woman. Chapter 1899. The robes worn by the other 6 people were similar to Tung Shan and Lian's robes. All of them wore white robes with silver flames embroidered on them. The only difference was that the patterns embroidered on their white robes were different from the patterns on Tung Shan and Lian's white robes. The patterns on Tung Shan and Lian's white robes were black tortoise. Among the 6 people, 2 of them had divine dragons embroidered on their robes, 2 of them had giant tigers embroidered on their robes, and 2 of them had a huge firebird embroidered on their robes. They're the elders from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Duan Ling Tian was surprised by the difference in the robes of the 6 men, and faintly guessed they were the elders of the other 3 sanctums. It was obvious they had also guessed the identities of the other 6 men. I heard that among the 4 sanctums of Zoroastrianism, only the White Tiger Sanctum provides offensive divine abilities to their disciples. I hope I'll be chosen by the 2 elders from the White Tiger Sanctum. A young man said with anticipation, as he looked at the 2 elders from the White Tiger Sanctum. I hope the 2 elders from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum will take me. The divine ability that the Vermilion Bird Sanctum provides to their disciples is a movement divine ability. As the saying goes, speed is the only thing that's invincible among all the martial tactics in the world. Speed is the only thing that's invincible among all the divine abilities in the world. Another person said with anticipation, unlike the young man who wanted to go to the White Tiger Sanctum, this person wanted to go to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Actually, it's not bad even if I'm chosen by the Azure Dragon Sanctum. The divine ability that the disciples from the Azure Dragon Sanctum mastered is an assist-type divine ability. It's said that it evolved from the inherited divine ability, the true berserk transformation of the dragons. Another person chimed in. Compared to the divine abilities from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum, I prefer the defensive divine ability from the Black Turtle Sanctum. It's said that although the divine abilities in the 4 sanctums are all high-grade divine abilities, the Black Turtle's barrier from the Black Turtle Sanctum is more advanced. A middle-aged man chuckled. The Black Turtle's barrier, high-grade defensive divine ability? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard the middle-aged man's words. He had also heard that each of the 4 symbols sanctums had a divine ability for their disciples to comprehend, but he did not pay much attention to it. In his opinion, the divine abilities provided by the 4 symbols sanctums were only medium-grade divine abilities. It was only when he heard the middle-aged man's words that he realized he had guessed wrongly. The divine abilities that the disciples of the 4 sanctums comprehended were all high-grade divine abilities. Most importantly, the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability was the defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Do I have such an affinity with the Black Turtle Sanctum? Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Tung Shan and Lian as he sighed in his heart. Currently, he had mastered high-grade divine abilities. The offensive divine ability was the Transcendent Flying Immortal. The auxiliary divine ability was the Elementary Devouring Technique. And the movement divine ability was the Golden Crow Wings. The only thing missing was a high-level defensive divine ability. However, he did have a medium-grade defensive divine ability. It was the Golden Indestructible Body he had obtained in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's Secret Zone. However, since the other divine abilities were all high-grade divine abilities, Duan Lingtian instinctively looked down on the Golden Indestructible Body and did not cultivate it. Naturally, the reason he did not cultivate it was because Duan Lingtian did not want to waste his time and energy on medium-grade divine abilities. Currently, he was in a hurry to raise his strength so he could rescue Kerr and their daughter. He did not want to waste any time. One could imagine this. If the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who entered the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone with Duan Lingtian back, then knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, they would definitely be angered to the point of throwing up blood. He did not want to waste his time and energy on medium-grade divine abilities. Just this alone was akin to showing off. I've finally encountered a high-grade defensive divine ability. I must stay in the Black Turtle's sanctum for the sake of obtaining the divine ability. The Black Turtle's barrier. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with determination. Although Duan Lingtian knew the four symbols' sanctums had divine abilities for their disciples to comprehend, he thought they were all medium-grade divine abilities. Due to this reason, he did not pay much attention to them. He only thought it would be the same no matter which sanctum he joined. However, now that he found out the four symbols' sanctums provided their disciples with high-grade divine abilities, he no longer had any thoughts of staying put. He immediately decided to join the Black Turtle's sanctum. The Black Turtle's sanctum had the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, that he desperately wanted. Since it was rare for him to encounter a high-grade defensive divine ability, naturally he would not miss it. Although Hualao was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he had asked Hualao for a high-grade defensive divine ability. However, according to Hualao, other than the golden crow's wings that it had passed to him, the other divine abilities it was familiar with required one to possess the strength of a celestial to cast. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had dismissed the idea of asking Hualao for a divine ability. He would have to rely on himself. Everyone. At the same time, Silver Flame Elder Ting Shan in the Black Turtle Sanctum finally spoke. Tung Shan was tall and burly, and his voice was rough as well. Coupled with the majestic energy in his voice, everyone present on the scene could hear him clearly. The fact that all of you are here today is enough to show your intentions. All of you must want to become a disciple of the Zoroastrianism. When Ting Shan reached this part of the sentence, his voice became louder and louder. Now tell me, is that right? Suddenly, Tung Shan's voice became louder and louder like thunder. Yes. Yes. As soon as Tung Shan finished speaking, almost everyone, including the people around Duan Lingtian, who wanted to join the Zoroastrianism, to become a disciple of the Zoroastrianism, broke out in an uproar. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited and ignited. I really didn't expect Elder Ting Shan to be so meticulous despite his careless appearance. He's so good at stirring up the atmosphere. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw Ting Shan stirring up the atmosphere with just a few words. As Tung Shan raised his hands and pressed them down, the scene gradually returned to normal. Now, I'm sure all of you can see that apart from Elder Lian, who's also a Black Turtle Sanctum's elder like me, the other 6 elders are from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum respectively. Tung Shan's voice continued to ring in the air. The reason they're here today is to select some of you to go to their sanctums. No matter which sanctum you end up in, as long as you pass the test, you'll be able to become a disciple of that sanctum. As long as you become a disciple of the 4 symbols sanctums, it means you've officially joined the Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of the Zoroastrianism. When Tung Shan reached this part of the sentence, the eyes of most people on the scene lit up. Next, all of you just have to stand still. Those who are selected will stand behind the 4 symbols sanctum's elder who selected you and follow him back to his sanctum. Tung Shan continued to say, Elder Tung Shan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Tung Shan. I want to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Elder Tung Shan, please fulfill my wish. Tung Shan was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. If Lian was not in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would do everything in his power to make Duan Lingtian stay. Duan Lingtian's strength and innate talent had completely attracted Tung Shan's attention. However, since Lian was in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he dismissed the idea of making Duan Lingtian stay. If Duan Lingtian stayed, he would not have a good time in the future, since Lian would not let him have an easy time. However, Tung Shan did not expect Duan Lingtian, would not only not avoid Lian's black turtle sanctum, but he even sent a voice transmission to him and asked him to stay in the black turtle sanctum. Duan Lingtian, you're not suitable for the black turtle sanctum. With Elder Lian here, there's no benefit for you to stay in the black turtle sanctum. He's a vengeful person. He'll definitely not let you go. Tung Shan advised through voice transmission. Upon hearing Tung Shan's words, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. He was not related to Tung Shan at all. It was rare for Tung Shan to do this. Elder Tung Shan, I want to stay in the black turtle sanctum, because I want to comprehend the black turtle sanctum's high-grade divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. As for Lian, I'm not afraid of him. Moreover, as long as I'm in the black turtle sanctum and Zoroastrianism, he won't dare to make a move on me. Duan Lingtian bluntly told Tung Shan the reason he wanted to stay in the black turtle sanctum. Moreover, he said he was not afraid of Lian. As long as you stay in the black turtle sanctum, even if he doesn't personally make a move, he'll have plenty of ways to make things difficult for you. Apart from that, although the black turtle sanctum's high-grade divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, is powerful, not everyone can successfully comprehend it. Tung Shan continued to say, it's unwise to gamble with your life for a divine ability that you don't even know if you'll be able to comprehend it. It was obvious Tung Shan was still trying to persuade Duan Lingtian to change his mind. Elder Tung Shan, I've already made up my mind. You don't have to persuade me anymore. Moreover, I really hope you can help me. If I can successfully stay in the black turtle sanctum, I, Duan Lingtian, will owe you a favor. Duan Lingtian said resolutely through voice transmission. He sounded a little anxious when he reached the end of his sentence. Since you insist, I won't persuade you anymore. Don't worry. I'll help you stay in the black turtle sanctum. Tung Shan immediately agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. Thank you, Elder Tung Shan. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed when he saw Tung Shan agreeing to his request. He quickly thanked Tung Shan. Everyone, it's still the same as before. From now on, we'll start picking people one by one in 10 breaths. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Tung Shan said to the other 7 four symbols sanctum's elders. The 7 of them nodded. There are still 8 breaths left. Many people around Duan Lingtian immediately held their breaths. 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a total of 8 rays of light that did not possess any offensive power shot out one by one and locked onto their targets. 6 of them landed on the bodies of 6 people. 2 of them landed on the same person. One of the 2 rays of light came from Tung Shan, whom Duan Lingtian had entrusted to. The other ray of light came from Chapter 1900. The rays of light that did not possess any offensive power came from the 8 elders of the 4 symbols sanctums and landed on the people who came to participate in the Zoroastrianism 4 symbols sanctums assessment. Those who were selected would have to follow the elder who selected them. Those who were selected by the elder of the Azure Dragon Sanctum would have to follow the elder to the Azure Dragon Sanctum to participate in the assessment. If they passed the assessment, they would become a disciple of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Although the disciples of the Azure Dragon Sanctum were only outer disciples of Zoroastrianism, they were still considered Zoroastrianism disciples. After becoming a disciple of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, they would be qualified to comprehend the high-grade assist-type divine ability that was passed down in the Azure Dragon Sanctum since ancient times. It was the same for the other 3 sanctums. In the history of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, 2 elders from the 4 symbols sanctums would select the same person at the same time. However, it was rare for 2 elders from the same sanctum to select the same person at the same time. Usually, the 2 elders from the same sanctum would discuss with each other before selecting a person. For this reason, the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums were surprised when they saw Tung Shan and Lian. The 2 elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum had chosen the same young man at the same time. Elder Lian, Elder Tung Shan, didn't you discuss this beforehand? If Sanctum Leader Chiu finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll reprimand all of you for not being united. Elder Lian, Elder Tingshan. Is there a misunderstanding between the two of you? The 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums chimed in one after another. They had also just arrived, and were completely unaware of what had happened earlier. However, they could sense the smell of gunpowder from the confrontation between Tung Shan and Lian. Upon hearing this, Tung Shan and Lian looked at each other and snorted coldly. Tung Shan was not surprised that Lian had chosen Duan Lingtian to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He knew Lian was a vengeful person. He would definitely do everything in his power to make Lian stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. After all, in Lian's opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian remained in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would not be able to escape from Lian. In contrast to Tung Shan's indifference, Lian was greatly surprised when he saw that Tung Shan had also chosen to Duan Lingtian. Based on his understanding of Tung Shan, since Tung Shan had taken a liking to Duan Lingtian, he would definitely want Duan Lingtian to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum. After all, Tung Shan knew he would not let Duan Lingtian go. Could it be that Tung Shan has taken a fancy to Duan Lingtian's talent and wants to take him as his disciple? When he thought of this, Lian was suddenly enlightened. If that was the case, then everything could be explained. However, in his heart, he felt that Tung Shan was too naive. If he, Lian, wanted to kill someone, it was impossible for them to survive. Even if Duan Lingtian had the backing of Tung Shan, the result would still be the same. If they were to fight, Tung Shan would be defeated by him. After all, he was ranked 139th on the Supreme Saint ranking, while Tung Shan was only ranked 173rd. The higher one's ranking was on the Supreme Saint ranking. The more obvious the difference between each ranking was. Although Tung Shan was only 30 places behind him, if they were to fight, he was confident he could kill Tung Shan in 10 moves. The Black Turtle Sanctum's Elder Lian and Elder Tung Shan actually chose Duan Lingtian? What's going on? While the other 3 sanctum's elders were looking at Lian and Tung Shan, a group of people in the distance broke into an uproar. All of them were shocked. I'm not surprised that Elder Lian chose Duan Lingtian to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. If Duan Lingtian stays in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it'll be easier for him to deal with Duan Lingtian in the future. Duan Lingtian killed Yang Wu, the second son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. In front of Elder Lian, Yang Chong is Elder Lian's best friend. Elder Lian will definitely not let this matter go. Elder Tingshan seems to have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped Duan Lingtian. Shouldn't he be persuading Duan Lingtian to seek refuge in the other 3 sanctums? I don't understand why Elder Tingshan wants to keep Duan Lingtian here. Keeping Duan Lingtian here is no different from sending a lamb to a tiger's den. The crowd discussed animatedly, and their gazes sometimes descended onto Lian, and sometimes descended onto Duan Lingtian, causing the 2 of them to become the center of attention. At the same time, the elders from the other 3 sanctums were also enlightened. As it turned out, Lian and Tung Shan were at odds with each other, because they both chose the purple-clad young man, named Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wu, the son of the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, before they arrived. His actions were equivalent to slapping Lian in the face. After all, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect was Lian's best friend. If Lian did not manage to save Yang Wu's life, everyone would think he was useless. For this reason, it was only natural that Lian hated Duan Lingtian to the core. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. It's fine if Lian wants to keep Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum, but since Tung Shan has a good impression of Duan Lingtian, why does he want to keep Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum? The 6 elders from the 3 sanctums were puzzled by this. 2 elders who were close to Tung Shan immediately asked him, through voice transmission. Soon after, they received the answer. Initially, I wanted him to go to the other 3 sanctums. However, he insisted on staying in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He wants to comprehend the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Tung Shan smiled wryly through voice transmission. I see. However, this fellow is too impulsive. Doesn't he know the Black Turtle Sanctum's defensive divine ability, is the hardest to comprehend among the 4 high-grade divine abilities in our 4 symbols sanctums? He's willing to risk his life for a divine ability that he doesn't even know if he'll be able to comprehend. Even if this fellow has a good innate talent, he's destined to die young. The 2 elders shook their heads. Due to Duan Lingtian's recklessness, they did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength were good, it was not to the point where the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums would fight for him with the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, they did not want to offend Lian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's destination was decided. The Black Turtle Sanctum. Junior brother Lingtian, if you want to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, you don't have to join this Zoroastrianism. Guli sent a voice transmission to persuade Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian had made his decision and was now behind Tingshan. Don't want to join? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even if I don't give up, do you think I'll be able to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum alive? Senior brother Guli? Lian doesn't dare to violate the rules of Zoroastrianism in the Black Turtle Sanctum, so he didn't do anything to me. However, once I leave the Black Turtle Sanctum, the rules of Zoroastrianism won't bind him anymore. Do you think I'll be able to survive at that time? Duan Lingtian did not intend to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum for the time being. Instead, he analyzed his current situation to Guli. Now that he had offended Lian, he no longer had a choice whether he wanted to join the Zoroastrianism or not. Duan Lingtian is right. If he stays in the Zoroastrianism, he'll still be able to survive. However, if he leaves, he'll definitely die. Zhu Luqi asked solemnly. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission was also transmitted to Zhu Luqi. At the same time, a hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. However, if you stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, although Lian won't personally make a move, he'll definitely do everything he can to deal with you. Naturally, with the rules of Zoroastrianism, even if Lian finds someone to make things difficult for you in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he won't be able to kill you. However, the people he'll find to deal with you will definitely be stronger than you. You'll have to learn to be patient with them. Don't be hot-headed and agree to a death duel. Zhu Luqi's expression turned even grimmer as he spoke. Don't worry. I'm not going to risk my life. I still have many things to do, so I must survive. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had lived 2 lifetimes, and with the experiences he had had along the way, he had long passed the age of hot-headedness. If he encountered someone he was no match for, even if he was humiliated, he would temporarily endure it and wait until he became stronger in the future to regain his dignity. Recklessly sending one's life away was something a reckless man would do, and it wasn't something Duan Lingtian would do. However, I really didn't expect Elder Tingshan would allow Duan Lingtian to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Didn't he have a good impression of you? Logically speaking, he shouldn't allow you to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum for your safety. Guli looked at Duan Lingtian. Similar to the others, he was also puzzled by Tingshan's actions. Zhu Luqi also looked at Duan Lingtian. He also found it strange. Naturally, Elder Tingshan doesn't want me to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Earlier, I was the one who sent a voice transmission to him and asked him to let me stay. Duan Lingtian replied. Why? Guli and Zhu Luqi frowned. They did not know why Duan Lingtian would do this. It was no different from sending himself to the tiger's den. It's because I want to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Duan Lingtian said firmly as his eyes flashed. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply, Guli and Zhu Luqi were rendered speechless. Perhaps, only Duan Lingtian would put himself in danger for the sake of comprehending a divine ability that he might not even be able to comprehend. They knew if they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not do such a thing. Junior brother Lingtian. All of a sudden, Guli's eyes lit up as though he had just recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Quickly tell Elder Tingshan to let me stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum as well. This way, you won't have to face Lian alone. That's right. Zhu Luqi agreed as well. Ask Elder Tingshan to let me stay as well. One more person means one more helper. With Guli and I around, we'll be able to share some of your burden as well." Upon hearing Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's words, Duan Lingtian was naturally touched. Chapter 1901. However, was he, Duan Lingtian, the kind of person who would drag his friends down with him? At this moment, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. "Elder Ting Shan, if you're familiar with any of the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums, please ask them to take my 2 companions away. I don't want them to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum." After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Ting Shan. At this moment he could only ask Ting Shan for help. Before Li An's attention shifted to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi who were next to him, he would ask the people from the other 3 sanctums to take their 2 companions away. Since Gu Li and Zhu Luqi were considerate of him, it was only natural for him to be considerate of them as well. "You don't want to drag them into this?" A hint of admiration could be seen in Tung Shan's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. It was rare to see someone with such high innate talent, powerful strength, and companionship. At this moment, Tung Shan's impression of Duan Lingtian improved tremendously. "Yes," Duan Lingtian nodded. "I'll definitely help you with this." Tung Shan replied to Duan Lingtian confidently through voice transmission. This made Duan Lingtian sigh in relief. At the same time, he quickly thanked Tung Shan through voice transmission. At this moment, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi looked at Tung Shan expectantly. Although Tung Shan glanced at them, he did not choose them. Instead, an elder from the White Tiger Sanctum and an elder from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum chose them in the same round. If they were chosen separately, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi would not find it strange. However, now that they were chosen in the same round, they realized something was amiss. "Junior Marshal Brother Ling Tian, did you ask Elder Tung Shan to ask the elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum to choose me?" Gu Li, who was standing behind the 2 elders of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, asked Duan Lingtian with a bitter expression on his face. He vaguely guessed that Duan Lingtian had done this on purpose, but he wasn't 100% sure. "It's you." Zhu Luqi, who was standing behind the 2 White Tiger Sanctum's elders, also sent a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian. He was clearly displeased with Duan Lingtian's decision. "Don't worry, I can take care of myself. On the other hand, if I have you by my side, I won't be able to do as I please." Duan Lingtian had expected the 2 of them to ask him, so he gave them the answer he had prepared beforehand. "Are you afraid that I'll drag you down?" Gu Li frowned in dissatisfaction. Zhu Luqi did not say anything this time. However, based on the look in his eyes, it was obvious he was displeased as well. However, they knew the outcome had already been determined. It was useless to blame Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they did not continue to harp on this matter. At the same time, Lian regained his senses when he saw the White Tiger Sanctum's elder and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder, who were close to Tung Shan, had chosen Duan Lingtian's 2 companions. Damn it! How could I have forgotten about them? They're Duan Lingtian's companions. If I deal with them, Duan Lingtian will definitely suffer. The moment Lian thought of this, he felt slightly regretful. He regretted not realizing this earlier. Previously, he was so immersed in the joy of keeping Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum that he had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian's 2 companions. It was too late for him to realize this now. However, the outcome had already been determined. Not only were Gu Li and Duan Lingtian powerless to change the situation, but even he could no longer ask Gu Li and Duan Lingtian to go to the Black Turtle Sanctum. The White Tiger Sanctum's elder and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder were Tung Shan's friends. Naturally, they would not allow him to take Gu Li and Duan Lingtian away. Forget it. They're insignificant anyway. As long as Duan Lingtian stays in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it's enough. Lian was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse after all. He had an extraordinary composure, so he quickly calmed down. He was content with what he had. As time passed, the people who came to participate in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's assessment were divided among the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and Black Turtle Sanctum. However, there were still more than 1,000 people left in each of the sanctums. For the Zoroastrianism Four Symbols Sanctums assessment this time, only 100 people from each of the sanctums will be able to stay. In other words, 1,000 people will be eliminated from the Black Turtle Sanctum? When Duan Lingtian looked around, he discovered there were more than 1,100 people left in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Soon after, the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums bid farewell to Tung Shan and Lian before they left with the 1,100 people behind them. They left in a grandiose manner. It was as though a swarm of locusts had passed by. Junior brother Lingtian, be careful. Duan Lingtian, you must remain calm. Don't act rashly. At the same time, Guli, who left with the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder, and Zhu Luqi, who left with the White Tiger Sanctum's elder, reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. They were about to go to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum and the White Tiger Sanctum, so they would not be able to help Duan Lingtian. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded and gave the 2 of them a reassuring look. In just a blink of an eye, the elders from the other 3 sanctums left with the people they had chosen to go to the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and White Tiger Sanctum. At this moment, only Tung Shan, Lian, and the 1,100 people they had chosen were left. Duan Lingtian was among the 1,100 people. The assessment will begin tomorrow. Since all of you are not Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples yet, you can only stay here tonight. When 100 of you pass the assessment, you'll be able to have your own cultivation place in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Tung Shan turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian and the others as he announced in a loud voice. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and a few others who were calm, the 1,000 people present on the scene were excited. It was as though they could already see themselves passing the assessment, becoming a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, and having their own cultivation place in the Black Turtle Sanctum. After Tung Shan finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said through voice transmission with a solemn expression, Duan Lingtian, apart from testing your strength, the most important part of the assessment tomorrow is to test your innate talent. Try your best to display your innate talent tomorrow. As long as your innate talent is monstrous to a certain extent, even Lord Sanctum Leader will pay attention to you. If Lord Sanctum Leader pays attention to you, even if Lian wants to make a move on you, he won't dare to do it so openly. Tung Shan reminded him through voice transmission. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly as he replied through voice transmission. After Tung Shan finished speaking, he left. He did not care that Lian was still standing there. This was because he knew even if he left, as long as Duan Lingtian did not provoke Lian would not dare to make a move on him. If Lian made a move, he would have to pay the price. He might even be expelled from the Zoroastrianism. As one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Zoroastrianism had strict rules that no one could violate. It was precisely because of these strict rules that the 3 great sects had been passed down since ancient times. As the saying went, nothing can be accomplished without rules. The 3 great sects, including the Zoroastrianism, could be said to have mastered the essence of these rules. As expected, Lian also left not long after Tung Shan left. However, before Lian left, he glanced at Duan Lingtian. It was a very cold look. When Duan Lingtian saw it, Duan Lingtian immediately felt a bone-piercing chill that contained killing intent. It revealed Lian's determination to kill him. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the courage or not. A sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He knew very well that with Lian's strength, it would be as easy as killing a chicken if he wanted to kill him. However, if Lian killed him here, he would be violating the rules of Zoroastrianism and would be expelled from the Zoroastrianism. He knew very well that Lian did not have the courage to kill him and allow him to be expelled from the Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, he would not be alive right now. After Lian left, the thousands of people present on the scene shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to become the center of attention. At this moment, most people looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in their eyes. This Duan Lingtian has offended Elder Lian. Even if he doesn't die in the Black Turtle Sanctum, I'm afraid he'll be skinned alive if he stays here. This was what most people thought. Duan Lingtian ignored these people and sat down cross-legged in the air. At the same time, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. I'm still one step away from the Divine Saint stage. However, I've been stuck at this last step for a long time. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he began to cultivate. In just a day and a night, Duan Lingtian did not think he would be able to make a breakthrough. He merely cultivated as usual. However, sometimes, a pleasant surprise would come in just a blink of an eye. Boom! As the Sun True Origin in his body broke through the bottleneck between the peak of the Eminent Saint stage and the Divine Saint stage, Duan Lingtian discovered the true origin in his body had transformed into another energy. This is the Saint energy? Duan Lingtian was excited when he sensed the brand new energy in his body. I've made a breakthrough just like that. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect this breakthrough. No wonder they say pressure is motivation. It seems like the threat and pressure from a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse has unknowingly tightened my nerves and increased the efficiency of my cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The breakthrough this time proved the saying that pressure is motivation. Then, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in the brand new energy in his body. The brand new energy was no longer the true origin, but the Saint energy that was unique to powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above. The Saint energy was even more powerful and profound. It gave off a majestic and heavy feeling. After the Saint energy was tainted by the Sun flame, it had transformed into the Sun Saint energy. Compared to the Sun True Origin, before it had made a breakthrough, it was on a completely different level. The Sun Saint energy is so powerful. Duan Lingtian was excited when he sensed the Sun Saint energy flowing through the 99 Saint veins in his body. With my current cultivation base, if I transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and unleash all my techniques, I might even be able to defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage. This is... Chapter 1902. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had neglected his soul that had transformed to the Divine Saint stage, because he had focused all his attention on the Sun Saint energy in his body. Now that Duan Lingtian's soul had transformed to the Divine Saint stage, he could clearly feel his spiritual energy had become even more powerful. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not know why his spiritual energy began to stir uncontrollably. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he realized he could not control his spiritual energy, even if he wanted to. It's the strange pupil. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that the restless spiritual energy was actually surging toward his left eye and surging into it. His left eye was no longer an ordinary human eye many years ago. His left eye had merged with the one-eyed devil vulture's unique eye and possessed some unimaginable abilities. However, the strength of those abilities depended on one's spiritual energy. While Duan Lingtian gained many techniques that allowed him to easily cross a few cultivation bases to fight enemies, the strange pupil had gradually lost its presence. It was only occasionally used to allow Duan Lingtian to look into the distance. But today, Slyris seemed to be in some sort of passive situation, and something had happened to her. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian felt his left eye was getting hotter and hotter. The uncontrollable spiritual energy suddenly left the strange pupil. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his left eye was empty as though it had lost its sustenance. However, Duan Lingtian was still in shock. Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that after the restless spiritual energy left his strange pupil, it actually merged with his body and merged with the 99 saint veins in his body. Then, he realized the cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, had begun to circulate on its own again. To be more precise, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that had undergone a transformation after entering the dragon cleansing pool in the Dragon's Saint Land had begun to circulate on its own again. However, the automatic circulation of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique this time was a little strange, because it did not draw the energy in his body, the saint energy that had transformed after he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. Currently, The 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, was drawing his uncontrollable spiritual energy to circulate. Spiritual energy can be used like this? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. This was his first time seeing a cultivation method that could be used to cultivate spiritual energy. Let alone seeing it, he had not even heard of it before. What's going on? What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. With the passage of time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the change in the situation. It was not only that Lingtian's spiritual energy, it was not only his spiritual energy, but there seemed to be something else in it. There was also something else in it. However, because he couldn't control his mental strength, he didn't know what the extra thing was. However, he could vaguely feel the extra thing in his spiritual energy was not a bad thing for him. After an unknown amount of time, it felt like a century had passed, but it also felt like only a moment had passed. Duan Lingtian discovered the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique had stopped circulating. His uncontrollable spiritual energy had also returned to his mind and soul. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt dazed as his spiritual energy surged into his soul. It felt like his soul had left his body. When he regained his senses, he discovered he could control his mind energy on his own. My current mind energy is indeed different from before. Although it's still at the divine saint stage, there seems to be something else in it. Moreover, it seems to have the urge to merge with my strange pupil. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered this strange thing. Although his spiritual energy was still under his control, it seemed to have its own thoughts. It had the urge to enter his left eye's strange pupil. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian tried to stop it. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that although his spiritual energy was still impulsive, it was still under his control. It felt good to regain control of his spiritual energy. Why would it have such a strange urge? Forget it. I'll just let it merge with my strange pupil and see what happens. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian controlled his spiritual energy and merged it with his left eye's strange pupil. During this process, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little anxious. This was because he discovered his spiritual energy had completely changed. It was foreign even to his master. As soon as his spiritual energy merged with the strange pupil, Duan Lingtian discovered his left eye was absorbing the spiritual energy like rain after a long drought. It seemed like it would not reject anything that came to it. When his left eye was saturated with spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian felt his left eye burning. In the end, it was so hot that he felt numb. At the same time, he felt a strong urge to open his left eye. His left eye seemed to have accumulated some energy and needed to be released. What's going on? Duan Lingtian could not figure out what was happening. He had no idea what was going on. However, he still opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Duan Lingtian saw the sky turning bright. Dawn had just arrived. It's so bloated. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to his left eye's strange pupil. He had no choice but to do so because his left eye felt bloated. It felt like it was on the verge of exploding. At the same time, when Duan Lingtian tried to use his left eye to look at things, he discovered that everything in his left eye's line of sight was not only magnified, there was even a focal point in the middle. This feeling was very similar to when he used a sniper rifle's scope to aim. What's going on? Why do I feel like the spiritual energy accumulated in my strange pupil has a desire to be shot out? It feels like as long as I think about it, it will shoot out. It's really shooting out. Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that as he thought about it, the spiritual energy accumulated in his strange pupil actually shot out. The spiritual energy that shot out was almost materialized. It was in the shape of a divine dragon. The materialized spiritual energy was completely aimed at the focal point. However, as the focal point was aimed at the sky, this materialized spiritual energy did not move after piercing through the air. He did not know where it had shot to. I only shot out half of my spiritual energy. Following that, Duan Lingtian realized that there was still half of the spiritual energy accumulated in his strange pupil left. It was still being replenished. In his soul, spiritual energy continued to extend and fuse with his strange pupil. replenishing the spiritual energy that it had lost. Spiritual energy attack? Soul attack. At this moment, Duan Lingtian vaguely realized that the materialized spiritual energy that his strange pupil had shot out earlier was a spiritual energy attack. In other words, it was a soul attack. Moreover, the spiritual energy attack that had taken the form of a divine dragon was extraordinary. There's a fly over there. Duan Lingtian's strange pupil looked around randomly. In the end, he found a fly perched on a tree in the distance. He immediately locked onto the fly. Go! With a thought, Duan Lingtian's left strange pupil shot out another spiritual energy in the form of a divine dragon. The spiritual energy was the size of a needle, and it accurately pierced into the fly's head. From this, one could see how terrifying the crosshair of Duan Lingtian's strange pupil was. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's divine sense that had been extended earlier began to observe the changes in the fly's body. The weak soul of a fly could be detected by his divine sense. However, as soon as his spiritual energy pierced into the fly's head, Duan Lingtian's divine sense discovered that the goshawk's soul had disappeared without a trace. Without its soul, the fly that was left with only its shell fell from the tree immediately. So this is a soul attack. It directly targets one's soul? Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp, and he felt a chill run down his spine. This was because this technique was too strange, and it was simply impossible to guard against. He could not imagine if he would be able to survive if his opponent suddenly attacked him like this. Although Duan Lingtian had encountered soul attack techniques that were similar to the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, when he was on the mortal continent's cloud continent in the past. However, the feeling the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, gave him was completely different from the soul attack cast by his strange pupil. I have a feeling that even a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage might not be able to withstand the soul attack cast by my strange pupil. Even an exemplary Saint stage powerhouse would be greatly affected if they're caught off guard by my soul attack. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but gasp. The situation is different from what I've imagined. At this moment, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears, waking him up from his daze. Duan Lingtian immediately recognized the voice as Hua Lao's. At once, he seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw as he hurriedly asked, Hua Lao, quickly tell me why my strange pupil underwent such a drastic change after I've broken through to the Divine Saint stage. Following that, Duan Lingtian recounted everything that had happened to him without hiding anything. Based on what you've said, your strange pupil must have resonated with your cultivation method, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, and caused your spiritual energy to undergo a transformation. As for the soul attack that your spiritual energy cast through your strange pupil, if I'm not mistaken, it must be a type of soul attack divine ability. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, Hua Lao said in a timely manner, you can treat it as your innate divine ability. Innate divine ability? Similar to the innate divine ability of those special demon beasts, saint beasts, and variants? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to innate divine abilities. He had come into contact with them when he was still on Cloud Continent. Chapter 1903. A true innate divine ability is a true divine ability. It's not inferior to a high-grade divine ability. Hua Lao's voice reverberated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It completely overturned his understanding of the innate divine ability. In the past, the innate divine ability he knew in the mortal continent, the cloud continent, was not only unrelated to the divine abilities he came into contact with later on, but it was also far inferior. However, today, he found out from Hua Lao that the so-called innate divine ability in the mortal continent was not a true innate divine ability. A true innate divine ability was not inferior to a high-grade divine ability. Hua Lao, you mean, the spiritual attack that my strange pupil mastered is my innate divine ability? It's a divine ability that's not inferior to a high-grade divine ability? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress his excitement. However, his voice still trembled slightly. Yes, Hua Lao replied. According to your description, the power of your innate divine ability can be further improved. For example, if you condense all the spiritual energy accumulated in your strange pupil into a soul attack, the power will not be as simple as 1 plus 1. Of course, it's easier said than done. You'll still have to rely on yourself. In the past, I only knew the one-eyed devil vulture's unique I was not simple. However, I didn't expect it to resonate with your cultivation method and bring you such a fortune. When Hualao reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh. Offensive divine abilities are divided into ordinary offensive divine abilities and soul offensive divine abilities. The latter only exists in innate divine abilities and is impossible to comprehend. Soul offensive divine abilities are not just a little stronger than soul offensive secret techniques. The difference between it and soul offensive secret techniques is like the difference between a high-grade divine ability and an ordinary martial skill. Hualao finished speaking in one breath. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment. He needed time to digest every word that Hualao had said. In the end, he came to a conclusion. He had hit the jackpot this time. In just a day and a night, not only has my cultivation base improved, but I've also obtained an innate divine ability. My luck is not bad. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. Right now, he desperately wanted to increase his strength, because he knew that even if he came to Zoroastrianism, if he was not strong enough, unless he took a shortcut, it would be very difficult to rescue Kerr and her mother. Even if he could not see them, he might not be able to do so. Because of this, every time his strength increased, he would be wild with joy. He had never desired strength as much as he did now. Hualao, you just said something about the situation being different from what you imagined. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian asked after he gradually calmed down from his excitement. He still remembered Hualao's first words when he first appeared were, "The situation is different from what I imagined." However, because his mind was focused on the mutation of the strange pupil at that time, he did not pay attention to Hualao's words when he heard Hualao's voice. Instead, he directly asked Hualao about the mutation of his strange pupil. Now that the matter of the mutation of the strange pupil had been resolved, he also remembered what Hualao had said earlier. The 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has been completely repaired. Elder Hu's voice resonated in the air and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's spirit was lifted as his eyes lit up. His body began to tremble slightly due to his excitement. The 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been repaired. This was definitely good news for Duan Lingtian. 3 consecutive blessings, 3 consecutive blessings. Duan Lingtian was so excited that his face was flushed red. He did not regain his senses for a long time. First, he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. Then, he had mastered a powerful soul attack innate divine ability. Finally, he learned that the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been completely repaired by Hualao. These 3 matters were all extremely pleasantly surprised to him. This means I'll have a better cultivation environment in the future. The flow of time in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is much slower than the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 8 days and there is only 1 day outside. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself excitedly. His voice was filled with excitement. Not only that, but if I encounter an opponent that I can't defeat in the future, I'll be able to hide in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I'm afraid that's not going to work. However, just as Duan Lingtian was muttering to himself, Hualao's voice rang in the air and rejected Duan Lingtian's last sentence. What do you mean? Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's body that was trembling from excitement immediately calmed down. The surprised smile on his face immediately vanished as well. At this moment he realized something. Things seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. Otherwise, Hualao would not have poured cold water on him at this moment. Although the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has been repaired, the space inside is still very unstable. It's not realistic for you to hide in there to seek refuge. In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, Hualao replied in a timely manner. How could this be? Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's first thought was disbelief. Hualao, are you mistaken? I remember you said that as long as the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda will stabilize. Once the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda stabilizes, I can hide in there to seek refuge. No matter how big the commotion outside is, I won't be thrown out. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's tone became much more agitated. His expectations for the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, apart from a better cultivation environment and an even more exaggerated flow of time, was the effect the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would have on the stability of the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. According to Hualao, the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was the middle level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Once it was repaired, the space inside would also stabilize. At that time, when he entered, he would not be thrown out at the slightest disturbance like before. Because of this, he was extremely eager to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, now that the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been repaired, Hualao told him that the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was still as unstable as before. He could still hide in there to seek refuge in times of danger. How could he accept this? As the saying went, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This was undoubtedly how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. The space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was damaged after it came to this mundane realm. Initially, I thought that as long as I repaired the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I would be able to stabilize the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao said. However, when I repaired the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I discovered that the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is damaged beyond my imagination. Unless I completely repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the space inside won't be stable at all. Completely repair it. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Who knows how long that will take? Throughout his journey, he had been repairing the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. From the first level to the fourth level, each level was harder to repair than the previous. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, even if he could stand at the peak of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the future, and use all the resources in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he would only be able to repair the sixth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda at most. Each level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was harder to repair than the previous level. The difficulty of repairing the second level was much higher than the previous level. Even if it's the sixth level, I might not be able to repair it in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, the wry smile on his face widened. The heavens have really played a huge joke on us. I even thought that after the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has stabilized, I might be able to rely on it to sneak into the enforcement hall of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land and rescue Kerr and our daughter, without anyone noticing. After all, as long as I hide in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, nobody will be able to find me. However, it seems like it's impossible now. Duan Lingtian knew very well that there was no shortcut for him to find Kerr and their daughter and rescue Kerr and their daughter now. He could only rely on his feet. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was already broken. Although it might not work even if the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not broken, it was still a ray of hope. Currently, this ray of hope was completely destroyed. Apart from not being able to stabilize the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, after I've completely repaired the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the internal injury that I suffered when the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was still in Li Jing's hands many years ago has healed. This can be considered as an unexpected surprise. Hualao continued to speak. Internal injury? Unexpected surprise? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Actually, the flow of time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is not 8-to-1 when compared to the outside. The 8-to-1 ratio is the ratio after the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was damaged. However, Since Li Jing didn't need the flow of time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he didn't repair it. As time passed, this matter was put aside. Perhaps, Li Jing even forgot about it in the end. Huo Lao continued to speak. Li Jing was the previous owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was also a character in the ancient myths in Duan Lingtian's previous life. He was known as the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Huo Lao, do you mean that after the internal injury in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was healed, the flow of time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda became slower? Duan Lingtian wasn't an idiot and reacted at the first possible moment. Yes. Huo Lao nodded and continued to speak. The real ratio of the flow of time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is 10-1. In other words, 10 days inside is 1 day outside. 10-1. At the same time that Duan Lingtian was shocked, he could not help but gasp. His face was filled with shock and horror. The flow of time was 10-1. Compared to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was 2 times slower. In other words, Chapter 1904. Apart from that, the cultivation environment on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much better than the third level. Greater than or equal to. For this reason, cultivating on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much faster than cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It might even be 2 or 3 times faster than cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's really a win-win situation. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. At the same time, he felt bitter in his heart. What he looked forward to the most was the stability of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. This was because it would determine if he could take a shortcut to save his wife and daughter from the law enforcement hall in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Although this shortcut might not necessarily succeed, it gave him quite a bit of hope. Now that his hope had been dashed, he could only rely on his own strength to save his wife, Kerr, and daughter. The sun rose from the east. The group of people around Duan Lingtian gradually woke up from their cultivation and opened their eyes one after another. At once, the surroundings became lively. The assessment should be starting soon. Duan Lingtian stood up and glanced at the rising sun in the horizon as he muttered to himself. At the same time, some of the whispers in the surroundings also entered his ears in a timely manner. Do you know what the assessment is about? Of course. I came to the Saint sect to participate in the assessment 3 years ago. However, I participated in the assessment in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. At that time, my innate talent was just a little off, and my strength barely passed. My overall results were below average, so I didn't pass the assessment. You're here again this year. Are you confident? Of course. My current strength isn't something I can compare to 3 years ago. Although my innate talent hasn't changed, with my current strength, I can pull my overall results up and pass the assessment. This was a conversation between a hothead and a wily old fox. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the conversation between the other 3 people. It's said that in the assessment of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, those with blue innate spiritual roots and above don't have to participate in the strength assessment. They can directly pass the overall test and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. It was a middle-aged man speaking. Based on the innate talent I've displayed so far, my innate spiritual root is yellow at most. I can only hope that I'll be able to earn more points in the strength assessment and raise my average score to the point where I can pass the assessment. That way I still have hope. It was an old man talking. Your innate talent is slightly lacking. With your innate talent, you'll need to be at the exemplary saint stage, at the very least to enter Zoroastrianism. The last young man shook his head and said, I know that. I just made a breakthrough to the exemplary saint stage some time ago. I just hope that I'll be able to earn enough points in the strength assessment. The old man nodded. Spiritual root? Innate spiritual roots? Hearing their conversation, Duan Lingtian frowned. Then he looked confused, not knowing what they were talking about. What was a spiritual root? What was the innate spiritual root? He had no idea. Hualao, do you know? In the end, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Hualao. I've never heard of it. It should be something unique to this mundane plane. Hualao did not know anything about it as well. Duan Lingtian could only ask on his own. Soon after, he found a middle-aged man. You don't know what an innate spiritual root is? The middle-aged man was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He looked at Duan Lingtian, as though he was looking at a monster. Is it strange that I don't know? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly, puzzled. When the middle-aged man saw Duan Lingtian frowning in displeasure, he recalled how powerful Duan Lingtian was when he killed Yang Wu yesterday. The shocked expression on his face disappeared immediately. An innate spiritual root is something a person is born with. However, the existence of innate spiritual roots was only discovered after our ancestors came to the upper province. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he asked, You should know that there was no distinction between the upper and lower province in the Dao Martial Saint land a long time ago, right? I'm from the lower province, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. You're from the lower province? The middle-aged man was surprised when he heard this. Then he nodded. No wonder you don't know about the existence of innate spiritual roots. An innate spiritual root is something a person is born with. It represents a person's innate talent in the martial Dao. There are 7 levels of innate spiritual roots. They're named after the colors of the rainbow. They're the red innate spiritual root, orange innate spiritual root, yellow innate spiritual root, green innate spiritual root, blue innate spiritual root, and violet innate spiritual root. Among them, a red innate spiritual root represents the weakest innate talent, while a violet innate spiritual root represents the strongest innate talent. In the assessment of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, those with blue innate spiritual roots and above don't need to participate in the strength assessment. They can pass the comprehensive assessment directly and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Those with green innate spiritual roots usually have a cultivation base at the divine saint stage or above to pass the assessment and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Those with yellow innate spiritual roots usually have a cultivation base at the exemplary saint stage or above to pass the assessment. As for those with orange innate spiritual roots, theoretically, those with orange innate spiritual roots should have a cultivation base at the quintessential saint stage or above to become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. However, those with orange innate spiritual roots won't be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage unless they have a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. The middle-aged man who was wary of Duan Lingtian's strength and did not dare to offend Duan Lingtian explained all of this in one breath. After he finished speaking, he could not help but gasp for air. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of the innate spiritual root. How do I see my innate spiritual roots? Duan Lingtian asked the middle-aged man with a glint in his eyes. Only those at the Saint Celestial stage and above can use the soul secret tactic to peer into their own innate spiritual roots. Apart from that, they can only rely on external objects. The middle-aged man continued to say, just like today's assessment, the Black Turtle Sanctum will take out a few spiritual pearls that have complicated formations hidden in them. As long as we place our hands on them, they'll show the grade of our innate spiritual roots after 10 breaths. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the middle-aged man's side to return to his original spot. When the Black Turtle Sanctum recruits outer disciples for Zoroastrianism, the innate talent assessment is to test one's innate spiritual root. The higher the grade of one's innate spiritual root, the more preferential treatment one will receive. For example, those with blue innate spiritual roots or above can directly become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Those with weaker innate spiritual roots than blue innate spiritual roots will have to participate in the strength assessment. The lower one's innate talent is, the more powerful one will have to be. Duan Lingtian could understand this. It was impossible for one to become a disciple of a top force like Zoroastrianism if one's innate talent and strength were weak, right? If that was the case, what was the difference between Zoroastrianism and an ordinary force? No matter what, Zoroastrianism was one of the three great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It was one of the three greatest forces in the upper province. I wonder what grade my innate spiritual root is. However, it shouldn't be a high-grade innate spiritual root. Although Duan Lingtian was curious about his innate spiritual root's grade, he knew his own limits. His innate talent could be considered as one of the best in the mortal continent, the Cloud Continent. However, ever since he came to the Tao Martial Saint Land, he discovered the innate talent of the people here was very high. This was especially true for the various genius disciples he met in the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion. Each of them had a terrifying innate talent. He knew his own limits. If it was not for the help of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, it would have been impossible for him to surpass those people. It would have been impossible for him to achieve his current achievements in such a short time. They're here. All of a sudden someone shouted. Everyone's attention, including Duan Lingtian, was attracted by the voice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elders, Tung Shan and Lian, appeared again. Although both of them appeared at almost the same time, they came from different directions. They did not come together. When both of them arrived, there were two middle-aged men following behind them. The four middle-aged men wore white robes as well. The pattern embroidered on their white robes was the same as the pattern on Tung Shan and Lian's robes. It was the black tortoise pattern. The only difference was that the flames embroidered on their robes were copper-colored. Bronze Flame Elders, Duan Lingtian, and the thousands of people present on the scene immediately figured out the identities of the four middle-aged men. Get ready, Tung Shan said indifferently. Tung Shan spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body soared into the sky and stood at an even higher place as he looked down at everyone. When Tung Shan leaped into the air, the two bronze flame elders who were standing behind him stepped forward at the right time. They lifted their hands, and a dim transparent bead appeared in front of each of them as they hovered in the air. From afar, it looked like a glass ball the size of an adult's fist. Whoosh! Lian did not say anything. He rose into the air and looked down at the crowd with Tung Shan. The two bronze flame elders who were standing behind Lian also took a step forward and took out two transparent pearls like the other two bronze flame elders. So these are the spiritual pearls that can test one's innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian immediately figured out what the transparent pearls, hovering in front of the four bronze flame elders were. They must be the spiritual pearls that the middle-aged man had mentioned earlier, that could test one's innate spiritual root. Today's assessment is divided into two parts. They're the innate talent assessment and the strength assessment. The innate talent assessment is to test your innate spiritual root. At the same time, Tung Shan opened his mouth. His voice was loud and clear as it entered everyone's ears. Then, Tung Shan began to recite what Duan Lingtian had learned about the assessment. Now the innate talent assessment begins. As soon as Tung Shan finished speaking, the innate talent assessment officially began. For people formed a group and stepped forward to test their innate spiritual root. I wonder what grade my innate spiritual root is. Orange? Yellow? Chapter 1905. Duan Lingtian did not dare to harbor any hope. It was not because he was a masochist. It was because he felt it was all thanks to the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda that he was able to achieve what he had today. The flow of time in the third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was 5-to-1 compared to the outside. Just this alone made his cultivation speed 5 times faster than those with the same innate talent. After taking a deep breath and regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the four people who were being tested. He watched as they placed their hands on the spiritual pearl, hovering in front of the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder. After the four of them placed their hands on the spiritual pearl, the spiritual pearl finally responded after about 10 breaths. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spiritual pearls that the three of them touched glowed with a yellow light. Whoosh. The spiritual pearl that the last person touched glowed with an orange light. How magical! Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He did not expect the spiritual pearl would be able to test the grade of one's innate spiritual root. Apart from that, he could also sense the complexity of the formation hidden in the spiritual pearl. Although the spiritual pearl looked inconspicuous, the formation hidden in it was extremely intricate. Name. Then, the 4 Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elders began to record the names of the participants and their results in this round of innate talent assessment. Your innate spiritual root is only an orange innate spiritual root. If your cultivation base isn't at the quintessential saint stage or above, you won't be able to pass the test. One of the Bronze Flame Elders looked at the old man with an orange innate spiritual root and said indifferently, "Orange innate spiritual root." The old man had a bitter expression on his face. It was apparent he had just found out he possessed an orange innate spiritual root. Orange innate spiritual root. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. At the same time, the people who had not had their turn shook their heads. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the old man who had found out he only possessed an orange innate spiritual root bowed respectfully at the Bronze Flame Elder, before he turned around and left. From afar, his silhouette seemed bleak and lonely. "I hope my innate spiritual root is not an orange innate spiritual root." Many people murmured to themselves. They were worried that their innate spiritual roots would only be orange. The lower the grade of the innate spiritual root, the greater the gap between one's innate spiritual root before one's cultivation base reached a certain level. It was very difficult to guess what kind of spiritual root one possessed, just by looking at the innate talent one usually displayed. Just like how people with orange innate spiritual roots and yellow innate spiritual roots had similar cultivation speed before they reached the divine saint stage. It was only when one reached the divine saint stage that the gap between them would become wider and wider. In the end, it would be easy for a person with a yellow innate spiritual root to break through to the exemplary saint stage. Not only that, but they would also have a high chance of breaking through to the quintessential saint stage. On the other hand, most of the people with orange innate spiritual roots would reach their limit when they entered the divine saint stage. They might have a chance of breaking through to the exemplary saint stage, but it was impossible for them to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Your innate spiritual root is a yellow innate spiritual root. If your cultivation base hasn't entered the exemplary saint stage, it's not recommended that you participate in the next assessment. Naturally, it's fine if you want to try, but you must be prepared to be injured. The same sentence was said by the other 3 Bronze Flame Elders to the 3 people with yellow innate spiritual roots. Out of the 3 people, 2 of them stayed behind while 1 of them left. According to the person who left, his cultivation base was only at the Mastery Divine Saint stage. His chances of passing the assessment for those with yellow innate spiritual roots were slim. The reason he came here was because he wanted to take a gamble and see if his innate spiritual root was a green innate spiritual root. If his innate spiritual root was a green innate spiritual root, the difficulty of the assessment would be much lower. It would be so low that even early Divine Saint stage powerhouses would be able to pass the assessment. The 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism followed the principle of the higher one's innate talent, the easier the assessment. For example, as long as a person with a green innate spiritual root entered the Divine Saint stage, he would be able to pass the comprehensive assessment and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. This was because a person with a green innate spiritual root would definitely be able to enter the quintessential saint stage. He would even have a high chance of entering the saint celestial stage. A person with such a high innate talent would definitely be able to become a pillar of Zoroastrianism when he grew stronger. As for a person with a blue innate spiritual root, he would be able to skip the assessment and directly become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he might even be chosen by a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism and be taken in as a disciple. There was a rule in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Anyone with a blue innate spiritual root would definitely be able to enter the saint celestial stage, as long as they did not die prematurely. After 4 people left the first round, another 4 people went up. for people would take a round to test their innate talent and their innate spiritual roots. Later on, some people were found to only have orange innate spiritual roots and left dejectedly. Most of them had yellow innate spiritual roots. Most of them stayed behind to continue with the assessment. However, some of them left when they realized they were not strong enough. Gradually, as time passed, more than 100 people had already left before the innate talent assessment ended. There were less than 1,000 people left. Green innate spiritual root. Another 4 people went up to take the innate talent assessment. When one of them placed his hand on a spiritual pearl that shone with a faint green light, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. This was a middle-aged man with a handsome face who was dressed like a scholar. He was stunned when he saw he only had a green innate spiritual root. When he regained his senses, an expression of joy could be seen on his face. It's actually a green innate spiritual root. Almost 400 people have taken the innate talent assessment, and there's finally a person with a green innate spiritual root. As long as one's cultivation base is at the divine saint stage or above, the rest of the assessment is just a formality to him. Green innate spiritual root. I hope I have a green innate spiritual root as well. Otherwise, with my cultivation base at the peak of the divine saint stage, it'll be difficult for me to pass the assessment and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. The crowd whispered among themselves. Many people looked at the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar with envy and jealousy in their eyes. What's your cultivation base like? The bronze flame elder asked with a smile, as he looked at the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. Even the bronze flame elder himself only had a green innate spiritual root. As long as this middle-aged man joined Zoroastrianism, it would only be a matter of time before he became a bronze flame elder like him. For this reason, he treated the middle-aged man as an equal. Early exemplary saint stage. The middle-aged man replied with a smile when he regained his senses. He's actually at the early exemplary saint stage. With such a cultivation base and innate talent, it's only a matter of time before he joins Zoroastrianism and becomes a disciple of Zoroastrianism. If he manages to break through to the quintessential saint stage, with his innate talent, he might even be able to obtain a pass to enter the saint land of Zoroastrianism. To him, today's assessment is just a formality. Moreover, with his innate talent, many silver flame elders might take a liking to him and want to take him in as their direct disciple. Many people looked at the middle-aged man with envy and jealousy. I've tested almost 400 people, but only one person with a green innate spiritual root has appeared. It seems like I only possess a yellow innate spiritual root. I just hope it's not an orange innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man in the distance. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes as well. Previously, when he was still on the mortal continent's cloud continent, he had consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and transformed his innate talent into the most powerful innate talent on cloud continent. However, that was only the most powerful innate talent on the mortal continent. The most powerful innate talent on the mortal continent was nothing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Perhaps, the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar brought luck to the people behind him. After a few rounds, another person was tested to have a green innate spiritual root. The second person with a green innate spiritual root. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the person who was tested to have a green innate spiritual root. This was an ordinary-looking young man who would not stand out in a crowd. He had only just realized he possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was stunned for a long time before he regained his senses. He only regained his senses when the bronze flame elder, standing in front of him, reminded him. He cried out in excitement. Compared to the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar, he had lost his composure a lot more. However, nobody thought there was anything wrong with his loss of composure. Instead, they thought it was normal. If they were in his shoes, they might have lost their composure even more. Peng Hui, congratulations. Soon after, the companions of the young man, who was tested to have a green innate spiritual root, congratulated him. At the same time, he did not forget to tell the people around him proudly, "This genius with a green innate spiritual root is my brother." Initially, I thought it's impossible for him to pass the test, since he's only at the intermediate divine saint stage. I didn't expect him to possess a green innate spiritual root, an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse with a green innate spiritual root. He would definitely be able to enter the Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. At this moment, the people in the surroundings finally understood why the young man was so excited. If he did not possess a green innate spiritual root, he would have come here for nothing. Now that he was tested to possess a green innate spiritual root, he had successfully turned the tables. I really hope I'm as lucky as him. Many of the divine saint stage powerhouses present on the scene prayed. As time passed, a few more people were tested to possess a green innate spiritual root. At the same time, many of them left on their own accord. Soon after, it was Duan Lingtian's turn, when Duan Lingtian and 3 other people stepped into the air and arrived in front of the 4 bronze flame elders. The originally noisy surroundings fell silent immediately. Everyone's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian in unison. Chapter 1906. Yesterday, when I probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with my divine consciousness, I discovered he's not even 40 years old. Based on the strength he displayed after he was heavily injured yesterday, his innate talent must be monstrous. His innate spiritual root is most likely blue. An old man at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage said solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Not even 40 years old. Many people were shocked by the old man's words. This was because the old man had mentioned Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage during the innate talent assessment earlier. Due to this reason, nobody doubted his words. Yesterday, he was heavily injured by Elder Lian and was on the verge of death. Under such circumstances, he cast a powerful divine ability and killed Yang Wu, who was at the Mastery Divine Saint stage. Although the divine ability is powerful, it still relies on one's strength and spiritual energy. His cultivation base must be higher than Yang Wu's. In other words, he's at the peak of the Divine Saint stage at the very least. A person at the peak of the Divine Saint stage, who's not even 40 years old, must possess a blue or indigo innate spiritual root, at the very least. Indigo innate spiritual root? As far as I know, even the top powerhouses and the peerless geniuses in the 3 great sects only possess indigo innate spiritual roots. Don't tell me there's going to be another peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root in Zoroastrianism? If he really possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, I'm afraid even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would fight to take him in as his direct disciple. As the crowd discussed among themselves, many people looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. Their eyes and faces were filled with anticipation. They were eager to see Duan Lingtian's innate talent assessment result. Did he possess a blue or indigo innate spiritual root? I don't think it's possible for him to possess an indigo innate spiritual root. It's said that there are peerless geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots in Zoroastrianism who have broken through to the exemplary saint stage in their early 30s. I think his innate spiritual root is at most a blue innate spiritual root. A young man in the crowd guessed. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he was rebutted by the person beside him. How do you know his cultivation base has not broken through to the exemplary saint stage? Don't forget that we're guessing he's at the peak of the divine saint stage, or above. There's a possibility he's an exemplary saint stage powerhouse as well. After all, he was still able to counterattack and kill Yang Wu, who was at the Mastery Divine Saint stage, with just a blow despite being so heavily injured. That's not something an ordinary person can do. Not bad. He knows a secret technique to conceal his cultivation base. We have no idea what his cultivation base is. It's not impossible for him to be at the exemplary saint stage. If he's really at the exemplary saint stage or above, he might really possess an indigo innate spiritual root. I'm really looking forward to it. What level is his innate spiritual root? Another round of discussion ensued, causing the gazes of those present to fall on Duan Lingtian to become even more fervent. They were eager to find out if Duan Lingtian possessed a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. Blue spirit root? Indigo spirit root? Less than 40 years old? Exemplary saint stage? When Duan Ling Tian arrived in front of one of the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch when he heard the discussions behind him. After a while, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Blue spirit root? Indigo innate spiritual root? He did not even dare to think about obtaining a mediocre innate spiritual root, like a green innate spiritual root, let alone these two mediocre and high-grade innate spiritual roots. He knew his own situation very well. Less than 40 years old. This was because he spent most of his time cultivating in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although time passed quickly in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it did not affect his age. If one were to count, his actual age had long surpassed 40 years old. Naturally, in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, where everyone was around 300 years old, 1,000 years old, or even several thousand years old, he could only be considered as a child. Exemplary saint stage? Currently, his cultivation base had only just broken through to the early divine saint stage. Apart from the fortuitous encounters in the dragon cleansing pool, the reason he was able to break through to the early divine saint stage so quickly was mostly because of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If it were not for the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the fortuitous encounters, it would have been impossible for him to possess his current cultivation base. It's impossible for my innate spiritual root to be above a green innate spiritual root. This was Duan Lingtian's guess. Naturally, this was only a guess. He would only know the exact grade of his innate spiritual root after the test. Blue innate spiritual root? Indigo innate spiritual root? Lian looked down and his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and his gaze flickered with a dense and cold light. Even his innate spiritual root was only a blue innate spiritual root. However, this brat whom he wished he could kill actually possessed an indigo innate spiritual root? For a moment, Lian only felt a murderous intent rising in him. Naturally, he knew what an indigo innate spiritual root meant. If a person with an indigo innate spiritual root grew up, he would at least be a golden flame elder in the fire worship sect, no matter how bad his life was. If he did well, he might even become the vice sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, or even the sect leader. The moment he thought about how this brat who had an irreconcilable enmity with him might possess an indigo innate spiritual root, he could not wait to kill him. If this brat really possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he would be able to easily kill him once he grew up. For this reason, he had to kill this brat before he could even think about it. However, his innate spiritual root might not be an indigo innate spiritual root. He might have a blue innate spiritual root like me. However, even if he has a blue innate spiritual root, I must get rid of him as soon as possible lest he becomes a threat in the future. Lian thought to himself. Once again he sentenced Duan Lingtian to death. Indigo innate spiritual root? Tung Shan looked at Duan Lingtian with a gleam in his eyes. An expression of anticipation could be seen on his face. Duan Lingtian, I hope you really possess an indigo innate spiritual root. If your innate spiritual root is indeed an indigo innate spiritual root, Lord Sect Leader will definitely take you in as his direct disciple when he comes out of closed-door cultivation. At that time, even Lian would have no choice but to beg for mercy. Tung Shan thought to himself. At this moment, even the other three people who were taking the test with Duan Lingtian did not extend their hands to touch the innate spiritual root testing pearl. Their eyes, including the bronze flame elders, were all on Duan Lingtian. They were waiting for Duan Lingtian to place his hand on the spiritual pearl to test his innate spiritual root. Although the 4 Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders were not present yesterday, they had heard about the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu, the son of the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, and how Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wu. They were curious about Duan Lingtian, who was not even 40 years old. His cultivation base was at the peak of the Divine Saint stage at the very least. Did he possess a blue innate spiritual root, or indigo innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian, quickly take the test. The bronze flame elder standing in front of Duan Lingtian could not help but urge him softly when he saw Duan Lingtian was not moving at all. His tone was polite. After all, the young man standing in front of him was a genius who was suspected to possess a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. Such a person would at least become a silver flame elder in the Zoroastrianism when he matured in the future. Moreover, if his innate spiritual root was an indigo innate spiritual root, his achievements would be even more exaggerated. Even if such a person had not matured, he was not someone he could afford to offend. All right. Upon hearing the Bronze Flame Elder's reminder, Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he sensed everyone's attention on him. In the end, he extended his hand and placed it on the spiritual pearl that was hovering in front of him. The spiritual pearl was cold to the touch. Apart from that, it gave Duan Lingtian a strange feeling. The spiritual pearl felt ticklish when he touched it. It was as though there was a force from the spiritual pearl that was tickling Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, the entire place was silent. Everyone's attention was on the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. They were anticipating the light that would appear on it. Time continued to pass by quietly. 1 breath passed by, 2 breaths passed by, 3 breaths passed by. The entire place was silent. Not even the slightest sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the spirit pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand, paying attention to the changes on the spirit pearl. Finally, after 10 breaths of time, the spiritual bead began to glow. It's out. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was slightly anxious, the others immediately became excited. Lian's gaze turned even colder. If Duan Lingtian possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he would have to change his plans to deal with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, who possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, would definitely be favored by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He might even be accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader. Lian did not want that to happen. If he really possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, I must kill him before Lord Sect Leader comes out of closed-door cultivation. I must prevent him from becoming the sect leader's direct disciple. Lian thought to himself viciously. Once Duan Lingtian became the direct disciple of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, unless he had a death wish, he would not dare to do anything to Duan Lingtian. As the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he was not someone Lian could easily fool. If he possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, I must find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. I don't want to wait until he becomes Lord Sect Master's personal disciple before groveling in front of him and even having to apologize to him. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.